Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please add Senator Liston to the roll and remove Senator Hawkins Lewis from the roll? Committee reports. Sure.
May 4th, 2024, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1022 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1454 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1223 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Committee on Transportation and Energy. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1464 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1055 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1457 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1447 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 232 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1132 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1142 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1245 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1349 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1001 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1031 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1036 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1038 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1052 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1054 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1095 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1108 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1116 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1133 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1134 be amended as follows, and so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1153 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1157 be amended as follows, and so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1164 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1173 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1237 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1240 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1249 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1268 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1282 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1295 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1311 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1312 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1314 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1315 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1316 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1325 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1335 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1358 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1365 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1376 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1431 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1434 be amended as follows, and so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1439 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1444 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1448 be amended as follows, and so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1462 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1379 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. Oh, that was it.
Message from the House.
After message from the House.
May 4th, 2024, the House has postponed indefinitely Senate Bill 90. The bill is returned herewith. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 193, Senate Bill 184, Senate Bill 190, and Senate Bill 104. The House has passed on third reading, transmitted to the Advisory of Statutes. Senate Bill 123, amended as printed in the House Journal, May 3rd, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 204, Senate Bill 70, and Senate Concurrent Resolution 3. The House has passed on third reading and returns here with Senate Bill 202, Senate Bill 151, Senate Bill 191, and Senate Bill 117. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Advisory of Statutes. Senate Bill 175, amended as printed in the House Journal, May 3rd, 2024. The House has adopted The first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1089 and House Bill 1037 is printed in House Journal May 2nd, 2024, and is repassed the bills as amended. In response to the request of the Senate for a second Conference Committee on House Bill 1348, the House has dissolved the First Conference Committee, and the Speaker has appointed Representatives Velasco, Chairman, Garcia, and Armagost as House conferees on the Second Conference Committee on House Bill 1348. The House has granted authorization to go beyond the scope of the differences.
Message from the reviser.
May 4th, 2024, we herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bills 123 and 175.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be quick because I know we're wanting to get some work done. But I want to come down. You know, I miss a lot of stuff down there, as you all do. And there's a lot of sacrifices we have with our families. But I just want to come down and brag a little bit. My granddaughter, who's a sophomore, Rylan Petrie, just won 3A Western Slope Female Athlete of the Year. Thank you. She has 2 league titles and second in another. And then my other granddaughter, that's a freshman, won the 300 hurdles and evidently got second in the 100 hurdles at regionals, getting ready to head to state. And they determined the winner by AI. So, serious. Anyway, wanted to brag. Thank you all.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up Senate Bill 232, House Bill 1001, House Bill 1031, House Bill 1038, House Bill 1055, House Bill 1116, House Bill 1133, House Bill 1237, House Bill 1240, House Bill 1282, House Bill 1335, House Bill 1365, House Bill 1376, House Bill 1378, House Bill 1379, House Bill 1431, House Bill 1439, House Bill 1444, and House Bill 1464 at the hour up on second reading of bills, consent calendar, special orders at the hour of 7:12.
The motion is that the Senate take up all of the bills mentioned on the consent calendar by the Majority Leader on special orders consent at the hour of 7:12 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders consent at the hour of 7:12 p.m. Special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Gonzalez will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. The court rules relax for everyone in the building, in the chamber. Mr. Majority Leader, Mr. Hubler, will you please read the titles to all of the bills on the consent calendar?
Senate Bill 232 by Senator Rodriguez concerning modifications to the protections for public workers and in connection therewith, clarifying certain definitions and standards related to public employee rights and the authority of a public employer to limit such rights consistent with the Protections for Public Workers Act. House Bill 1001 by Representative Lukens and Taggart and Senators Roberts and Simpson concerning reauthorization of the Rural Jumpstart Program in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1031 by Representatives Bradley and Josephs and Senators Kirkmeyer and Michaels Janay concerning measures to increase accessibility provided to persons who are involved in matters regarding a child's welfare and in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1038 by Representatives Young and Bradley and Senators Kirkmeyer and Fields concerning addressing the high acuity crisis for children and youth in need of residential care in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1055 by Representatives Froelich and Pugliese and Senators Winter and Priola concerning improving child passenger safety. House Bill 1116 by Representatives Byrd and Bradfield and Senators Kirkmeyer and Malka concerning extension of the contaminated land state income tax credit. House Bill 1133 by Representatives Mabry and Soper and Senator Rodriguez concerning matters related to access to criminal records. House Bill 1237 by Representatives Bradfield and Lukens and Senators Marchman and Rich concerning the creation of programs for the development of child care facilities and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1240 by Representatives Joseph and Weinberg and Senators Rich and Exum concerning the creation of an income tax subtraction for Siegel AmeriCorps Education Awards. House Bill 1282 by Representatives Martinez and Pugliese and Senators Coleman and Simpson concerning measures to increase the success rates of ninth grade students in public high schools in Colorado and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1335 by Representatives Soper and Titone and Senators Roberts and Gardner concerning the continuation of the regulation of persons related to the final disposition of deceased human bodies and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation. House Bill 1365 by Representatives Lukens and Soper and Senators Bridges and Will concerning regional talent development initiatives and in connection therewith creating the Regional Talent Summit Grant Program and an income tax credit for facility improvement and equipment acquisition costs associated with training programs designed to alleviate workforce shortages and making an appropriation. House Bill 1376 by Representatives Marvin and Kipp and Senator Zenziger concerning measures to increase teacher mentorships in public schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1378 by Representatives Lindsted and Valdez and Senators Sullivan and Gardner concerning consumer protection in event ticket sales. House Bill 1379 by Representatives McCluskey and McCormick and Senators Roberts and Kirkmeyer concerning the regulation of state waters in response to recent federal court action and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1431 by Representatives Lukens and Armagost and Senators Winter and Michelson Janae concerning the creation of a program to provide stable housing assistance for survivors of abuse and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1439 by Representatives Wilford and Weinberg and Senators Coleman and Baisley concerning financial incentives related to apprenticeship programs and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1444 by Representatives McLaughlin and Harrod and Senators Bridges and Simpson concerning the recreation of the Federal Indian Boarding School Research Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1464 by Representatives Weinberg and Lindsted and Senator Malika concerning the designation of highway zones wherein work affecting the highway is occurring.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills on special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and the associated committee reports, which include Senate Bill 232, House Bill 1001, House Bill 1031, House Bill 1038, and the appropriations report, House Bill 1055, House Bill 1116, House Bill 1133, House Bill 1237, House Bill 1240, House Bill 1282, House Bill 1335 and the Business, Labor, and Technology Report, the Finance and the Appropriations Report, House Bill 1365, House Bill 1376, House Bill 1378 and the Business, Labor, and Technology Report, House Bill 1379 and the Finance Report, House Bill 1431, House Bill 1439 and the Finance Report, House Bill 1444, House Bill 1464.
Is there any discussion on any of the committee reports? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all the reports to all of the bills on the general order, second reading of bills, special order, second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all of the bills on the special order, second reading of bills consent calendar. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those bills are also adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will rise and report. What?
The Senate will come to order. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee met and had several bills under consideration. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the report?
May 4th, 2024, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof. It makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 232, passed on second reading in order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1001, 1031, 1038 is amended, 1055, 1116, 1133, 1237, 1240, 1282, 1335 is amended, 1365, 1376, 1378 is amended, 1379 is amended, 1431, 1439 is amended, 1444, 1464, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Where does Princess Leia shop for Father's Day?
I don't know.
At the Darth Mall. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted.
Sign this paper right now. No more jokes.
Senate Bill 232 passed in second reading, order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1001, 1031, 1038 is amended, 1055, 1116, 1133, 1237, 1240, 1282, 1335 is amended, 1365, 1376, 1378 is amended, 1379 is amended, 1431, 1439 is amended, 1444, 1464 passed in second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, colleagues. We're going to take a quick senatorial 5 so we can print up the special orders and get them passed out.
Senate will stand in Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up House Bill 1008, House Bill 1152, House Bill 1313, Senate Bill 228, Senate Bill 231, Senate Bill 1448, Senate Bill 1454, and Senate Bill 1467 at the hour of 7:33 on special order, second reading of bills.
The motion is that the Senate take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 7:33 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up the bills mentioned on the special order second reading of bills calendar at the hour of 7:33 p.m. Special order second reading of bills. Oh, she's over there.
Ready to go.
Senator Coleman.
I will follow your lead, Larry Liston. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate resolve in subcommittee of the whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate will resolve itself in the committee of the whole for the consideration of the special order, second reading of bills. And Senator Coleman will take the chair.
Committee will come to order. The court rules relax for everybody up in here. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1008?
House Bill 1008 by Representatives Duran and Froelich and Senators Danielson and Colker concerning measures to expand general contractor accountability for wage claims involving contractors in the construction industry and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 24-1008 on second reading.
Any discussion? Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight with all of our colleagues on a nice Saturday night. Have everyone's attention. The bill that we're running tonight is an important bill to prevent and recover stolen wages in the construction industry on a problem that is happening, pretty significant problem that harms laborers, workers on the job sites. See, wage theft is a huge problem nationally and in Colorado, with nearly $728 million in wages stolen annually from hundreds of thousands of Colorado workers. Women and workers of color are disproportionately affected by wage theft. It could be not paying for overtime. It could be forcing someone to work through state-mandated meal and rest time. It could be shorting paychecks by paying less than owed. And it could be an outright not paying someone for their labor. And that's what we're going to address with this bill. To make sure that subcontractors who are bad actors are going to be covered by the general contractors who hired them in the first place. In my opinion, if you're against this bill, just do it. Do it right the first time. Hire good actors the first time and follow up with it. Because if you're a general contractor, you're putting your reputation on the line, your name on the line when you go out for the subcontractors. It's the same argument can be made from a corporation when a department in that corporation doesn't pay. And if they don't pay, what happens with the corporation? Who's in trouble? Who's liable? The president of the corporation, the CEO of the corporation itself. And that, in just a nutshell, is what we're going to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with everything my colleague just said, and just wanted to add one quick thing, that when the bad actors are allowed to get away with this kind of thing, it really hurts everybody. So this legislation aims to protect workers from wage theft, but it also levels the playing field for those subcontractors who don't rely on exploiting workers to make a living. When they underbid the good actors in the business, and they make up for it with stealing from or undercutting or somehow exploiting the workers, it hurts the entire industry, and it disincentivizes those good actors, subcontractors, from behaving the way that they do, because they end up losing out financially. So this is a really, really good step forward for the workers in the construction industry who are currently experiencing wage theft at that subcontractor level. The other thing I wanted to add was that, we wouldn't be an outlier. This is something that was brought up in committee, but wage theft, subcontractor accountability like this exists across the country in New York, in Hawaii, California, New Jersey, Nevada, Massachusetts, Illinois, Virginia, Minnesota, and then, of course, right here in the city and county of Denver, where the auditor came to testify about, not in favor of the measure, but to testify to the efficacy of this kind of policy. And another thing I wanted to bring up, in case you didn't review the testimony from committee, it just so happened that that day, there were a number of workers on site. And although they were not unionized, they reached out to the carpenters who were there to testify on behalf of the bill. They were coming anyway. Just so happened that it happened this day. I've heard from a few colleagues in this chamber that this isn't really that big of a problem, so why do we have to make a bill about it? Well, it is a big problem. Even just this subcontractor accountability within this industry, wage theft is so prevalent that we do have to take action to protect this subset of workers. What happened was, even though these guys weren't protected by a union contract, they figured out that they were just not going to get paid for 2.5 weeks of work on the job site. So when they figured that out, they called the carpenters to see if there was anything that they could do to help. And so they went down there to see what was happening. And even though they weren't a member of that union, they know what's right and what's wrong. And they went to the contractor to say, hey, these workers have not been paid for these weeks of work. And the contractor said, not my problem. I paid the subcontractor. You're trespassing on this site. Get out. I don't, in any way, shape, or form, approve of that behavior, but it was such a coincidence that it happened on the day that we were debating the necessity of this bill. That's it. So many workers show up to a job site and they have no way of recouping their hard-earned dollars when the subcontractor splits. There's no record of who that person might have been. There's signs and banners of the contractor's company, but there's no trace of the people who took their money and left, leaving these people with no way to recoup that loss. When people work, they should get the money that they earned. It is not right to steal from employees. This is one way to halt that kind of bad behavior on the bad actors in this specific industry. And I urge an aye vote on House Bill 1008. Thank you.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I sit on the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee, like the good senator from Lakewood, and also the good Sweet Ridge. Okay, the farmers, right? There we go. As well as the good. I appreciate the good senator from Centennial. We all agree, everybody agrees, wage theft is a bad thing. We heard that time and time again, and I agree with the sponsors. Nobody likes wage theft. I said it on the record that it's wrong for any worker to put in a hard day's work or a hard day's week of work and not get paid. Everybody agrees with that. But unfortunately, what this bill does, maybe not intentionally, but it singles out one industry, which is the construction industry. And the truth of the matter is that, number one, is the construction industry is a relatively small force of the wage complaints in the overall economy. Certainly, unfortunately, if there is wage theft in the construction industry, it's just a portion of wage theft of other industries. Currently, a few statistics which haven't been brought out, less than 9% of the overall initial wage complaints came from the construction industry in 2023. Let me repeat that, only 9%. That's not even 10% in 2023, and these are according to the Department of Labor and Employment. And just of all of the claims, the 180,000 workers who filed a wage claim in 2023, just 299 or 0.17% were in the construction industry. That's a very, very small portion. And the overwhelming majority of the violations are in the home improvement and repair contractors, not in the commercial or the residential contractors. You know, like I say, wage theft is bad, but it rarely happens in the construction industry, even if it happened to be a coincidence of what the good senator from Wheat Ridge had to say. Another little fact that wasn't brought up or hasn't been brought up, the construction-related wage claims actually fell in the last 3 years, while the overall wage claims in non-construction employers increased. So while the number of claims went down in the construction industry in each of the last 3 years, they've increased in other industries. So, you know, and what this bill does is it goes after the general contractors who we heard time and time again from the contractors, the general contractors and others. They do their best. Their name is on that bid. Their name is out there that, you know, whatever the name is, and there's a lot of, virtually all of the general contractors, when their name is on that project, they are doing everything they can to make sure that it's run right, it's run properly, and they want all of their workers to be paid. But what happens is, unfortunately, on the rare instances where the subcontractor does not pay, is what this bill does is it comes after the general contractor. And you know, that is not fair. And so what is going to happen is that oddly enough, is if this bill is passed in its current form, it will incentivize more wage theft because the incentive will be that the subcontractor that goes, well, I don't have to worry. They're not going to come after me. You know, I did shoddy work, or I didn't pay my workers. So, and I know that they don't have to come after me, so they're going to go after the general contractor. Well, that's not right. That's not fair. While, once again, I'll repeat that wage theft is wrong, it's not, nobody likes it, and the general contractors especially are doing their darndest to make sure that all of the workers are being paid. And it shouldn't just apply to the non-union workers. It should apply to everybody. If you're under a union contract, because wage theft can occur there as well, it should apply to you no matter what type of labor contract that you have in mind. And so with that, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read? L30.
L30, amendment in gross bill, page 9, line 11, strike A. Page 9, strike lines 14 through 27 to page 10, strike line 1.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move Amendment L030 to House Bill 1008.
To the amendment, Senator Liston.
Members, what this does is it strikes the, basically L03, it strikes the union exemption that if wage theft, if it applies to non-union contracts, it should apply to union contracts. And with that, I respectfully ask for an aye vote on Amendment L030.
Any discussion on L030? Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to my colleague. He did share this language with me prior to the second reading, which is very courteous, so appreciate the heads up. But I do respectfully disagree that this would improve the bill. For those of you who don't know, CBA's collective bargaining agreements, they have a grievance policy built into it. And so you can settle a wage theft claim between the union and the employer. I don't want to remove that language because it's been proven over and over again that the CBAs are the most efficient and most rapid way of resolving a dispute between a wage theft claim like this between the employer and the union. Keeping in mind that, this isn't the kind, typically, you don't want to force someone to go to court to resolve a claim, and the longer that it gets drawn out, those wages are harder to recoup. So I just want to highlight that the other positive thing about CBAs is that they, if the worker is then not satisfied with the outcome of the dispute claim with the employer and the union, they still have the opportunity to take that to CDLE. So there's still a chance for that worker to resolve the claim outside of their collective bargaining agreement. And so I would say that this is a dangerous change to the bill and would respectfully ask for a no vote. Thanks.
Any discussion on L30? Senator Liston.
Well, just in conclusion, thank you, members, and thank you, good Senator from Wheat Ridge, is that, once again, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If certainly if wage theft is occurring for non-union contractors or contracts, it can also, unfortunately, and it may, I don't have the exact statistics, but it may occur under union contracts. So we're just trying to level the playing field. That's all this amendment does. If it's so rare with union contracts, which it may be, then they have nothing to fear from this. So with that, I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L030. Ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of L030. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, L030 is lost. Any further discussion on 1008? Senator Liston.
I'm stunned, Mr. Chairman, but anyways, we'll try it again here on something else. So members, right now under the bill is that the first person that they're going to come after, the first entity that they're going to come after is the general contractor. If the subcontractor fails to comply with the terms of this, then they're going to just automatically come after the general contractor who, there's a lot of subcontractors, in a big building project. So, that's not always right and fair. In fact, most of the time it's not. There should be some remedy for the general contractor. So with that, I have an amendment in mind, and I would like.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read? L31.
L31, amendment reading gross bill, page 9, line 9, strike does not relieve and
Senator
substitute
Liston.
relief.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment L031 to House Bill 1008.
To the amendment, Senator Liston.
Very good. Well, members, what L031 does is, like I say, it provides relief to a general contractor by stating that if a subcontractor fails to comply with what's in this bill, it relieves the general contractor from the liability. So, there again, there's all kinds of subcontractors, and the general contractor is not out there every single day saying, "Hey, did you pay that worker? Did you pay that worker?" They generally know and expect that the subcontractors will pay the bill, and if they didn't, then you should go after the subcontractor first, not the general contractor. That's all it does. It's very fair. It's very reasonable. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L031.
Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a no vote because this would really just undo the whole purpose of the bill, so please vote no.
Any discussion on 31? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L31. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, L31 is lost. Any discussion on 1008? Senator Basley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to kind of leap from one of the points that I heard my colleague from Colorado Springs just described, and that is good for the goose, good for the gander. You know, this bill, which addresses a real serious issue of wage theft, and it kind of brings the hammer down appropriately on companies that behave that way. But I don't think we ought to exempt anyone from such things, but rather than reach out to the whole rest of the world, I'm thinking we ought to start at home. I have an amendment here I'd like to introduce to discuss.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L33?
L33, amendment to Gross Bill, page 5.
Senator
line
Baisden.
10.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I don't want to belabor by having the amendment read at length. It's not very long, but the point of the amendment is this, that it changes the definition of employer to include the state and state agencies so that the requirements that are going to be levied by this bill in the first place would apply to us as an employer, the state of Colorado, in the same way it would apply to the contractors. So for that, I request an aye vote on L. Oh, I got to move that, huh? I move, Mr. Chairman, L33 to House Bill, Amendment 33 to House Bill 1008.
Discussion on L33. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I rise in support of L33, and I think it makes sense. So if what I'm hearing is correct regarding House Bill 1008, that first of all, let me take a step back, and I'm not to the bill yet. I'll spend plenty of time talking about the bill itself. But if the premise behind the bill is what I believe it is, and I agree with it, by the way, for the record, that wage theft is egregious. It's horrible. We should do whatever we can within reason to prevent it when it comes to pursuing the folks that are actually responsible for the wage theft. But what's concerning, and I appreciate the senator from Douglas County, or from Woodland Park, sorry, feels like Douglas County, some of Douglas County, right across the street from my neighborhood, kind of Douglas County. No, that's the district. But what's concerning is that the bill itself seems to have an exemption in there. So if you buy the argument that society is incapable of truly pursuing and holding responsible the parties that are committing the wage theft, because this whole bill, which again we'll get into later, is sort of the white flag that we really can't deal with wage theft at the level that the theft is actually happening. We can't do that. Therefore, we have to go up a level or two or three to reach, in this case, the general contractor. I would say that if a county, a city, a municipal corporation, a quasi-municipal corporation, a school district, a special district, as I read it, if they're the ones that are every bit as complicit, theoretically, as a general contractor is in this wage theft, since we're now connecting the dots when it comes to wage theft, why in the world would we put any exemptions in there? Other than what? Politics, maybe? Political expediency? Make the bill have fewer opponents? I don't know why we would create a special class of organizations that are exempt from this if we as a General Assembly, which I don't, by the way, feel that we can go after anybody who's tangentially related to the people actually committing the crimes of wage theft, then why in the world would we exclude a municipality? Why in the world would we exclude a county with this? It doesn't make any sense to give a carve out. Although, again, it's the last few days of session, I can see that eliminating a few political opponents probably helps get a new law kind of sped through perhaps in the last few days, but I would encourage a yes vote on Amendment 33. I think it's great.
Senator Danielson.
Thanks. The motivation behind this bill is not political. I don't appreciate those kinds of, I don't know, insinuating remarks. And to the amendment, I mean, I know I read it. And again, thanks to my colleague for sharing the language in advance so that I could take a look at it on its merits. And unfortunately, this changing the definition just goes way beyond the scope of this bill, which only applies to the construction industry. So I urge a no vote on Amendment L33.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, as the good senator from Wheat Ridge said, this only applies to the construction industry. Well, that's the problem, is it only applies to the construction industry, and they're not the bad people that are being made out to be. As I stated before, very few of the wage theft claims occur in the construction industry. Only 0.17%. 0.17%. It's not 17%. It's not 1.7%. It's 0.17% of the wage theft claims involve the construction industry. That's minuscule. So why are we targeting a good, successful, hardworking industry that employs tens of thousands of workers and pays the workers day after day, time after time, week after week? I suspect that just the laws of statistics, that somewhere that the state and other agencies of the state of Colorado, whether it's special districts or whatever, have probably inadvertently, or I'm not saying that they're doing it on purpose, but there's probably been some wage theft claims against governmental entities. So with that, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L033.
Any further discussion on L033? Seeing none, motion is the adoption of L033. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L033 is lost. 1008, Senator Basley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we have all had, I'll say all, I'm making an assumption here that all the members here have the experience that I do, and probably true, and that is kind of a slow response to our constituents to wage claim issues by one of our agencies, the Department of Labor and Employment. I know the folks in constituent services have spent a lot of time, and they've actually gotten very routine at it in coming to the rescue of our constituents who are having some wage, unemployment, and so on issues. So for that reason, I want to address how that agency would be involved in this bill if it does pass, and I assume and hope that it does. So I have an amendment to introduce, and I'll explain.
There's a member of the desk. Will the clerk please read L34?
L34, amendment to gross bill, page 7, after line 18, insert 2, the division shall complete the investigation of a wage claim brought based on a construction contract within 2 weeks after receiving a complaint. Renumber succeeding subsections accordingly.
Senator Basley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment L034 to House Bill 1008.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what this does is it requires that the Division of Labor and Employment complete the investigation of a wage claim brought to them, and to initiate that investigation within 2 weeks after receiving the complaint. And 2 weeks, that's less than 3. 2 weeks after receiving the complaint, so that it would be timely that it gets underway, and those folks that are suffering without wages, excuse me, that they have earned and that they deserve and that they are very anxious for good reason, that we know that they are underway. I hope that this is received by the sponsor as a friendly amendment. I think it would be good for the workers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any discussion on L034? Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Amendment L034. Members, I'll tell you why. What this is meant to do is, if there is a wage theft claim, is that, let's get to it sooner rather than later. Let's not, for the general contractor who's out there doing the work and, managing the project, and there's a lot to it, let's not have them dangling out there in the wind that a claim is brought 6 weeks or 6 months or a year and 6 months later. So all this does is that, hey, if, and certainly if you're a worker and you haven't been paid, a lot of times in the construction industry, you're paid weekly or certainly biweekly. So if you haven't been paid, let's get to the root of the problem right away. Let's not have it be out there for weeks or months at a time. So, this is, there again, it's just a very fair and reasonable amendment that, hey, let's get to it and investigate it and get the worker paid. But let's not have it be dangling out there and have other potential fines under this bill. There could be tens of thousands of dollars worth of fines that come back to the general contractor. That's not fair to the general contractor. They want their workers to be paid. So I think, if anything, this is a friendly amendment, and I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L034.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L034. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it, and L034 is lost. Any further discussion on 1008? Seeing none, Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, again, I rise in support of House Bill, I rise in opposition of House Bill 1008. I rose in support of the amendments, which have now apparently sought greener pastures, as we would say in Kansas. But I rise in opposition of House Bill 1008, and a couple reasons. Again, I feel very comfortable supporting any legislation that deals with wage theft directly. And I want to publicly acknowledge the folks in the construction industry themselves that took the time on multiple days to come to the Capitol, engage in conversations, expressing their concern. I spoke with a few of them multiple times. And for those folks to know that their voices were heard and that they have support from both sides of the aisle regarding wage theft, I think is important. What I told the folks that I met with when they asked whether or not I was going to vote for House Bill 1008 was that I was not. It's not good. Told them straight up. I can't. This is too big a leap for me to start holding folks responsible for the crimes of folks that they happen to be associated with. I mean, I'm not an expert in Title 18, as the senator from Denver will tell you, but from what I know about the criminal code, when it comes to crimes, you actually have to be involved. You actually have to be involved in the crime. You have to have some knowledge about it. There are a lot of people in this room that understand Title 18 better than I do. Stealing is crime. I would say wage theft is a crime. If you're taking money away from people that they're owed, it's a crime. I don't see anything in Title 18 that says that, for example, for those with, divinity degrees, maybe, whether or not crimes committed by children should be considered crimes committed by their parents, or crimes committed by their parents should be considered as crimes committed by their children. I don't know if there's anything in Scripture about that, maybe in Kings, maybe in Deuteronomy, maybe in both, dealing with both directly. We hold people responsible for the crimes that they commit, but this isn't like Kevin Bacon, where we take things to certain degrees and say that, oh, well, because you knew this person, therefore you are also guilty of that crime. And again, I'm being purposefully hyperbolic in saying that this is what I'm seeing in House Bill 1008. This is what I'm seeing in House Bill 1008. Is the crime of somebody stealing wages, as horrible as that is, what we're conceding with House Bill 1008, we're throwing up our hands as I see it and say, we're not able to fix this problem. We can't come up with a solution to this problem of people stealing wages. We can't hold people accountable. We don't trust the Attorney General. We don't trust the district attorneys. We don't trust anybody when it comes to holding people accountable for crimes. Therefore, let's punt responsibility for the crimes to the good actors. We're not capable of figuring out how to handle the bad actors, so let's go to the good actors. Those who are easy to find, those who aren't hiding. And let's punish them. Let's punish them for attempting to do business in the state of Colorado. Because they hire subcontractors like everybody's done for centuries. And because occasionally there's some horrible people out there, let's not go after the horrible people. Let's go after the good people because they're easy to find. That's what I see. The general contractors in Colorado are easy to find, by and large. So, House Bill 1008 is the big waving of the white flag. Sorry, we can't solve your problem, worker who's been stolen from. We can't solve your problem. We can't actually go after the bad actors. So we have no choice but to change state law and go after the good actors and say, because you're associated, however remotely, with the bad actors, guilty as charged. Come on, we're better than this. We're better. I think this bill is going to get vetoed, honestly. I mean, what, did we get 10 vetoes out of 400 and some bills? So my odds aren't really with me on this one, on this prognostication. 10 out of 450? Probably lose on this bet. Be a lot like the Kentucky Derby a few hours ago. Yeah. But that's what's disappointing about House Bill 1008. That's what's disappointing, is because the best solution we can come up with to deal with criminal behavior, the best solution we can come up with is to say we can't deal with the criminals, so we're going to go after the non-criminals and criminalize them instead. That's what I see in House Bill 1008. And when given an opportunity, if we're going to cast this giant net and say, no, if you knew anything about anybody, you're going to now potentially be guilty. But when given the opportunity to say, should we include school districts in this? Oh, hold on. No, we're not going to do that. It includes municipalities. Oh, no, we can't possibly do that. It includes the state of Colorado. Oh, no, that's a bridge too far, Senator. I mean, we want to cast a big net, but not that big. Not when it puts, I don't know. That's what's disappointing. So when I look at the legislative declaration, have I mentioned how much I love legislative declarations? I love these. The part of the law where we can say whatever we feel like saying, and it's not really up for scrutiny. I want to focus your attention on just two pieces of the ledge deck in here, because I don't want certain colleagues of mine to think that I'm picking on them with ledge decks without being an equal opportunity senator. This act narrowly focuses on general contractor liability for wage debts owed to the workers, which aren't their workers, by the way, on projects who are engaged by the general contractor, subcontractor at any tier. If there was anyone in this room that understood construction, they would understand that portion of the ledge deck and eyebrows would go up. At any tier, think about that. Think about a big project. At any tier, we're now holding subcontractors' responsibility. Such liability does not extend to wage debts owed to the worker of general contractor, supplier, or other business partners. Also, liability for debts owed based on a wage claim does not include liability. While creating general contractor liability for wage claims, this act will ensure that general contractors can efficiently seek reimbursement from subcontractor employers for any amounts paid out for wage claims owed to the subcontractor's employees. In this way, the act will ensure that workers get paid but not leave contractors on the hook for subcontractors' wage debts. These are optimistic statements, to say the least. I see the word insured twice in a paragraph when we're talking about criminal behavior. Even though there's people out there that are willing to engage in criminal behavior, by enacting this piece of legislation, we are magically going to ensure that these bad actors come into compliance. I would say, I don't think so. My bet against it is no. Therefore, I'm on page 5, Mr. Chair, line 6. Therefore, the General Assembly declares that wage theft is an unacceptable business practice. Agree completely. This senator from Douglas County, agrees completely. And the state should use or adopt, here's the part, my parting comment for you on House Bill 1008, and then I'll be done, I promise. Promise. That the state should use and adopt all available tools to prevent wage theft before it happens and give workers the means to recover stolen wages. That's what we're declaring. We should use or adopt all available tools. And when this body is presented with a tool like, let's include municipalities, let's include counties, let's include the state of Colorado. What I heard, and I'm not foolish enough to put words in anybody's mouth, but what I heard is, no, we're not going to adopt those tools, Senator. We're going to adopt all available tools except the available tools that were offered in amendment. We're not going to use those tools. So when we say all tools, we don't really mean all tools. We mean some tools. We feel the tools that we like, that help promote political expediency, and would ask for a no vote on House Bill 1008.
Senator List.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I'm not going to belabor everything after my good colleague from Douglas County went over this. Once again, I'll just kind of say in conclusion, I agree with the good senators who brought this bill. Wage theft is terrible. It's unacceptable, and we're all against it. But it's not right to single out one segment, one industry of all of the thousands of industries out there who are good actors. The general contractors, like I said a few minutes ago, they have their name, they have their banner out there, just like across the street, that's being done across the street to fix up the annex building. There's a couple of big banners of who the general contractors are. They have their name and reputation on the line day in and day out. They want their workers to be paid. And 99.9% of the time, if they have anything to do with it, they are paying their workers. And it's the few times where you have a subcontractor who is not doing the job that they were hired to do that are ripping off the workers. That's not right. So, we've offered a number of reasonable amendments to actually make a bill better. They're not way beyond the pale, such as, let's include the governmental industries, agencies, whether it's the state or a school district or a special district. Like I say, if it's good for industry in general, why shouldn't it apply to the state? Would anybody want to absolutely say that's what's going on across the street in the annex building, that every worker is being paid on time by the state? We don't know. So, maybe the state should be included. And if you just look at this, at the statistics, in 2023, less than 300 out of 180,000 workers filed a claim. And most of those, the vast majority, did not involve the construction industry. And those that did were, I'm sure, the general contractors made good, but they should not be singled out. So I'm not going to belabor things. I appreciate that the sponsors brought the bill, but I'm sorry that they didn't take our amendments. We tried hard. I'm glad that they got to see the amendments, and maybe down the road they'll accept them. But with that, members, I would respectfully ask for a no vote on House Bill 1008.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Trouble in Peltonia. I just want to
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just incredibly briefly, I just want to rise and thank the sponsors for bringing this important piece of policy forward for workers in this state. This bill is about construction workers, and I am grateful and appreciative of their diligence to lift up the rights of those workers and of all workers in this state. I think it's an important policy discussion for us to have, because we have seen the ways in which the rights of workers across this state, in all industries, and even in this very building, those rights of workers have been disrespected. And for that reason, I urge an aye vote on this policy. Thank you.
Senator, for discussion, the motion is the adoption of 1008. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1008 is adopted. Clerk, please read the title of House Bill 1152.
House Bill 1152 by Representatives Mobley and Weinberg and Senators Mullica and Exum, concerning increasing the number of accessory dwelling units and connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair, I move House Bill 1152 and the Housing and Local Government Committee report.
And the Appropriations Committee report.
And the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Local Government Housing Committee report, Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did a number of technical amendments in local government and housing around definitions, updates to the financing program, parcel language. We also did an amendment on setback provisions in the bill, both rear and side setbacks. And then also some updates to owner occupancy provisions and reporting requirements for grantees. I would ask for a yes vote.
Motion is the adoption of the Local Government and Housing Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Local Government and Housing Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Mullica. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In appropriations, we had a few amendments to clarify a few things. L32, it's a technical amendment to replace the current appropriation clause. We transferred some money so CHAFA could get involved with the Economic Development Cash Fund. And then 35 was to clarify our earlier amendment regarding parking, as well as extending some additional flexibility around parking. And we also clarified the ability to require owner occupancy when the property owner is getting a license or a permit for short-term rental. And we ask for an aye vote on the appropriations report.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator
Committee can go first.
Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm really proud to bring before you House Bill 1152 and proud to work with my colleague, good senator from Colorado Springs, on this because we've put a lot of work into it and effort. We all know that affordable housing is a problem, and I think that we see a heavy focus this session on trying to solve that affordable housing issue. And there's a number of bills, but I want to speak specifically why I decided to support this bill and get on this bill and run this bill with the good senator from Colorado Springs. I served on my local city council before I came down here to the Capitol, and in North Glen we did adopt ordinances around ADUs, and we did that because we wanted to give opportunities to our seniors. We have a lot of people in North Glen who are original homeowners. Those original homeowners raise their children in North Glen, and we're quickly getting to the phase in their life where a larger home was more difficult to take care of. And we know that we have an issue in regards to assisted living or senior housing even in this state. And so one of our intents and goals in creating an ordinance in North Glen was to give an opportunity to our seniors to age in place, to stay a part of our community, and to provide more housing when they would potentially build an ADU and live in a smaller unit that's easier to take care of, and then potentially rent out that bigger unit maybe to a family member or a teacher in the community. And members, that's really why I jumped onto this bill, is because I saw that benefit firsthand. I saw that benefit firsthand being a local elected official. And look, I know this may not be, a magic wand that we solve all of our affordable housing issues with, but it is a cog in that wheel, and it does have a positive impact. And we know that there's broad bipartisan support within our communities to have this ability and to make sure that all communities have that ability to build ADUs. And so I know we'll have the opportunity for a discussion. We've already had a lot of discussions and a lot of changes, and we're going to see some more changes tonight based on some of those discussions that we've had. But I want everyone to know that where this bill is coming from is to build more affordable housing and to have that affordable housing oftentimes for some of our most hardest to serve, most vulnerable community members. And we're going to see changes, members. We're going to see changes. The good senator from Colorado Springs and myself have met with stakeholders, and we're going to see some changes reflected in this bill tonight. And so with that, I ask for your yes vote.
There's a member at the desk. Will the clerk please read L37?
L37, amendment in gross bill, page 14, line 22, strike A and substitute on or after June 30, 2025, comma, A.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment 37, members, is a technical amendment to clarify local governments only need to comply with the standards in the bill on or after June 30th, 2025. This aligned with some timelines for reporting on compliance in another section and simply helps clarify timelines on some of our local government stakeholders. And we ask for an aye vote on Amendment 37.
Senator Exum, please move the amendment.
I move Amendment L37.
Any discussion on L37? Senators, seeing no further discussion. Senator Janal. Senator Janal.
This is the amendment, we're not into the bill yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just have a clarifying question on that amendment. Does that mean that everything that is on or before June 30th, 2025 is grandfathered in?
Senator Mullica.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Janal. It just provides a longer runway for them to put these policies in place. So typically, when a law is put in place, it often happens at that time of signing. This pushes it out for their compliance to June 30th, 2025. And so just trying to give more of a runway for these localities to put the policies in place.
Senator Zinzinger.
So if we pass this and we give them a longer runway, what if they already have a policy in place? What are they supposed to do then?
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Zinzinger, for that question. If they already have that policy in place, this policy would supersede that, but what this amendment does is it just gives them that more time than we would typically do. We put it in there to give them until June 30th, 2025.
Senator Zinzinger.
So if they already have a policy in place and you're giving them time, basically, to undo their policy and then to put your policy into place, what if they decide not to?
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Senator Zinzinger. Senator Zinzinger, it's the law. This is around what the rights that homeowners have. And so what this would do is that this bill will mean that homeowners have that ability to build ADUs. And so I don't know, I don't think we're going to see, I guess I'm struggling to follow the question if we're going to see some sort of penalty or whatnot. But what this bill allows is it allows homeowners the right to build an ADU on their property. And so, but what this specific amendment speaks to is that the city will have a longer runway to try to implement those policies, and they'll have until June 30th, 2025.
Senator Zinzinger.
What if it's not enough time to undo, well, I don't know, let's say 10 years worth of a policy that has already been put in place? Would it just be for new construction going forward? And what do they do with all of the policies that are already law in that municipality?
Further discussion on L37? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L37. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L37 is adopted. Any further discussion? There is a member at the desk. Would the clerk please read L38?
L38, amend regress bill, page
Senator
17.
Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L38.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're proposing this technical amendment today to clarify how the bill works for local governments who are not subject to the bill, but who wish to opt in to access the grants and the financing. Essentially, the amendment includes additional clarification that local governments opting in would have to meet the same standards as those subject to the bill, which has always been the intent and what we've been communicating. We urge a aye vote.
Further discussion on L38? Senator Gonzalez.
Will they be, thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the amendment sponsors on this amendment. If a jurisdiction is not subject to the provisions contemplated by 1152, but they'd like to be, will they be subject to the June 2025 deadline now as well, or not?
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, the good senator from Denver, for the question. If I understand it right, if locality that's outside of the range that wants to opt in, if they choose to opt in, will they be subject to the same timeline? I believe the answer would be yes, that they would have that same timeline if they have an existing policy, or if they're creating a new policy to be able to opt in. So,
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, and maybe I missed this in the bill, but when we talk about this is a question for the bill sponsors. When we talk about the subject jurisdiction, are we talking about, I'm not quite sure what that means, subject jurisdiction. Can you clarify that for me?
Senator Mulliken.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's the jurisdiction where this is happening, and so this isn't throughout the entire state. It's a certain portion of the state based on population and density, and so, but what the bill does do is it also allows for if a jurisdiction or a locality wants to opt in to be eligible for the grant dollars, then they can, and this is just technical language to make sure that those who opt in are also going to meet the same standards as those that are already in.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just another point of clarification, the jurisdiction could be an municipal, an MPO, or is that what we're talking about? Yeah. So it could include any or all of those.
Senator Gonzalez.
This is an interesting amendment because it raises a couple of questions for me. Yeah. So part of what I am curious about is, at this point, how is a subject jurisdiction defined?
We need some discussion, or I'm going to move this amendment. Or somebody call for Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5.
Granted. The motion is the adoption of L 38. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L 38 is adopted. Any further amendments? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to keep this pretty brief this evening. House Bill 1152, appreciate the sponsors and their effort and conversations we've had about the bill over the last week or so. The bill certainly goes through the good senator from Parker's most favorite thing, the legislative declaration. I don't want to talk about the legislative declaration. Next section is about definitions. I don't want to talk about definitions. But the third section, or the section I want to talk about, really starts on page 14 about, it really starts with this new section in statute 2935-103, accessory dwelling unit requirements for a subject jurisdiction. It's kind of a section of very prescriptive things that have to happen before you move forward with a ADU. G, H, I, J, the last one in the re-engrossed bill is defining accessory dwelling unit in local law as including or excluding other dwelling unit types such as motorhome, multipurpose trailer, and a recreational vehicle. I have another.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L 48?
L 48, amendment engrossed bill.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L 048.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this adds another permissive requirement about, and really my focus was about adequacy of water and wastewater. So it now adds, modifies the J paragraph somewhat and then includes a K paragraph that says requiring a statement by a water or wastewater service provider regarding its capacity to service the property as a condition of permitting an accessory dwelling unit. So it's just a step to, again, assure there's capacity for the unit. Worked with the sponsors over the last couple of days, and hopefully they'll talk to it as a good amendment. So ask for your support on L 048.
Any further discussion on L 048? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L 048. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L 048 is adopted. There's an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 50?
L 50, amendment engrossed bill, page 13, line 5, strike 800 and substitute 750.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L 50.
To the amendment.
This amendment is a request from CML, and it reduces the maximum size of ADU that subjects or jurisdictions need to allow from 800 square feet to 750 square feet. This allows for grandfathering of some existing local government ADU rules. It still will allow homeowners, regardless of the size of their primary home, to build a reasonable size ADU to house a family member, aging parent, et cetera, and we ask for I vote on L 50.
Any discussion on L 50? Seeing none, the motion is there is discussion. Senator Gonzalez.
No, there's just one. Thank you. I'm just trying to, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to understand where in the policy this L50 as I.
Page 13.
Mm-hmm. Line 5. Thank you. Requires an architecture that are more restrictive, does not allow for ADU sizes between 500 and it's shifting down to 750 feet?
Correct.
What's the, see, I'm,
To allow some.
sorry, I'll let you.
Thanks.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify again, Amendment L 50. This is from CML. It reduces the maximum size of an ADU that subject jurisdictions need to allow from 800 square feet to 700 square feet. This allows for grandfathering of some existing local government ADU rules. It still will allow homeowners, regardless of the size of their primary home, to build a reasonable size ADU to house a family member or aging parent. So just some of the local governments already have that size, so we lowered it so they're grandfathered in.
Any further discussion on L50? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L50. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, L50 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Pelton B. Oh, do you have more, Senator Exum?
No.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have two amendments here. My first amendment that I run, first of all, before I get started on running all my amendments and everything, I just want to tell the sponsors how grateful I am for this bill. I do like the bill. I do like the stuff that's in it. I like the grant process. I like all that stuff that's in the bill. I just have two small problems with it. The first one's kind of small. What it does is on page 14, we talk about the subject jurisdiction, and that means either a municipality that both has population of 1,000 or more, as reported by the state demographic office, and is within a metropolitan planning organization, or the portion of a county that has both within a census designated place with a population of 40,000 or more, as reported in the most recent census, and within a metropolitan planning organization. But I mean, that's what it says. That's the jurisdiction. So what mine does, it talks about on 29, what the bill says right now is that a subject jurisdiction shall allow, subject to an administrative approval process, one accessory dwelling unit as an accessory use as a single unit detached dwelling in any part of the subject jurisdiction where the jurisdiction allows a single detached dwelling. So what my amendment does.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L49?
L49, amendment.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L049 to 1152.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What mine does is it strikes the administrative approval process and substitute approval process established by the subject having jurisdiction. What this amendment does is it pulls out the use by right, gives local control back to the subject having jurisdiction to be able to have those meetings, those public hearings, and that sort of thing, and put the land use right back into the bill, like what they're doing now in several of those districts across the state of Colorado. This just gives local control back to the local jurisdictions.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is adoption of L49. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L49 is lost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oops, I'm sorry.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have another amendment here.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read? L41.
L41.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L041 to 1152.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this does is that it just has respecting the setbacks that are already existing, and that and that way we don't bother the neighbors with the setbacks that have already gone through the process of local governments, to make sure that we have those meetings, have that public process again, make sure that when we put up those subdivisions, that is what's going on, and that what this bill does, or what this amendment does, is that it says it must respect the setback requirements, just so we don't hurt the neighbors. When you go through the land use process, the biggest thing that you watch when you're going through that process is not only how that project affects the land, but it also affects the neighbors. So you want to make sure that you're not affecting the neighbors in a negative way. And what this amendment does is it respects that to make sure that you don't hurt the neighbors in any way when you're putting in ADUs and you respect the current setbacks that are already in those plans and respect private property rights of the neighbors. So I ask for an aye vote on L041.
Further discussion on L041. Seeing none, the motion's adoption of L041. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, L041 is lost. Any further discussion on 1152? Seeing none, the motion's the adoption of L1152. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, 1152 is, I just asked and called the question. And you didn't raise your hand.
Just the L amendment. This is the L amendment of the amendment.
I already called for the amendment. We voted on the amendment already. We're now voting on the bill. I called for the bill and people weren't standing. Senatorial 5. Are we back on? We never were off. All right, we're to 1152. Any discussion? Senator Bridges. There's an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Will the clerk please read Amendment 44?
Amendment 44.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for having this conversation. I move L44.
To the amendment, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment simply says that if there is an existing driveway, garage, tandem parking space at a single-family home that wants to build an ADU, nothing prevents a government from saying, you got to use that available parking space in that single-family unit, that available driveway space, that available garage space, designate that for the ADU. That's all this says. That if there's an existing off-street parking space, a city government can say, you got to use that existing off-street parking space. If there is no street parking that is allowed, and there is nothing that is available in that unit, then the city can say that you need to build a new off-street spot. But that's the only case that a new off-street spot is allowed to be required. In the case that there is not an existing off-street spot and parking is not allowed on the street. Ask for an aye vote.
Discussion on L44. Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you. Members, I would encourage an aye vote on this amendment. I think that it makes sense if you are building an ADU and you aren't planning for parking, then it would become problematic. What this amendment does is it says utilize the existing space if it is available, and if it is not available, then it would put in place a requirement to provide parking. So this is a common sense amendment, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez. To L44.
Where is it? Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've had a whole long conversation about parking. And I guess that the good senator from Greenwood Village is committed to having a long conversation about parking in this bill too. So let's have that long conversation. What this bill does is talk about what types of parking units or parking spaces can be utilized within accessory dwelling units. Okay, that's fine. That being said, We just had not one, not two, not three, but 4 different floor debates, if I'm recalling correctly, about parking. The bill ended up getting narrowed down to the point, that other bill, 1304, and there is a nexus here, Mr. Chair, ended up getting narrowed down to the point where it largely only impacts the areas that are metropolitan planning organizations subject under 1152. So now I got questions. First, I want to ask, why is this here in this bill as opposed to having been discussed in the previous iteration of policy that contemplated parking? Because that, I feel, would have been cleaner. Second, there are a number of jurisdictions across the state that already jurisdictions that are already clear about what their parking requirements are.
I got your hand. Thank you. I got your hand. Thank you.
So what this amendment seeks to do is to be very, very, very prescriptive about what is not being required. On so many levels. On this bill and on several other bills. Every single time I try to wrap my arms around what are we doing and how are we braiding together these various policies and how will they either in a cohesive way or, I fear, in a haphazard way. How will they layer on top of one another? Now I've heard and I've listened. I started off listening with interest, but after a while, you can only listen to old Arvada parking processes for so long, with all due respect to the good senator from Arvada. But I've had this happen in my district, and it wasn't about the issue that the good senator from Arvada discussed at length in 1304, but it has been around either unit by unit or neighborhood by neighborhood, how communities in my district grapple with the issues around parking. When we're talking about adding in this gentle density of ADUs. What this bill would encourage is the creation of more ADUs in municipalities across the state. But that being said, what L44 seeks to do is, one, require the designation of an off-street parking space in connection with an ADU so long as there is an existing driveway, garage, tandem parking space, or other off-street parking space available for such a designation at the time of construction or conversion of the accessory dwelling unit. Why add that specific aspect of L44 to the broader 1152? Why? Either we want the addition of density, or we want to continue to prioritize cars. I guess it's a policy choice. But B, requiring, in connection with the construction or conversion of an ADU, one new parking space on a parcel that, one, Roman numeral 1, either does not have an existing off-street parking space, including a driveway, garage, or tandem parking space that could be used for an ADU. 2, is in a zoning district that, as of January 1, 2024, requires one or more parking spaces for the primary dwelling unit. And 3, is located on a block where on-street parking is prohibited for any reason, including ensuring access for emergency services. Now, why are we reinserting the parking conversation that we had multiple times here over the past few days during second reading back into this debate? I see the good senator from Greenwood Village, Cherry Hills Village, Greenwood Village, the village, raising the hand, so I will defer.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the good senator from Denver's questions because I think this is a difference between her district and mine. So much of my district looks like the suburbs. Much of my district is the suburbs. There are certainly parts of my district that don't look like that, but much of it is. And the number one concern that I've heard from folks who live in that part of my district is about parking. And specifically, it's about street parking. It's about ADUs, blossoming as we hope, this gentle density, but then losing the parking on the street, having their streets changed. So this amendment is about raising the bar for the creation of an ADU as little as possible. This is for where you have existing spots. If you have a driveway, if you have a garage, if you have some kind of parking spot that is available already. This is a great example of my neighbors right now. They have a 2-car garage. They have a driveway that is broad enough that their kids who are staying with them have a place to park in that driveway. All we're saying is that when my neighbors build that ADU for their kids to move in because they can't afford housing here in Denver, when they build that ADU, that spot continues to be where those kids park. That's all we're talking about. We are working, this amendment attempts to minimize the impact on neighbors while maximizing the ability of folks to build those ADUs. That's all this is. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Being this prescriptive about how and where a municipality shall designate an off-street parking spot? Look, we've been having this conversation on this and certainly a whole host of other policies in regards to addressing in a meaningful way our housing crisis. Now, what I understand and the reason that I want to spend a little bit of time here really trying to understand the intent is we've been having this conversation as to should the state be able to put forward these guidelines, or should it be the local municipality that makes these zoning decisions? And I think the question that I ask, and that just frustrates me and bothers me about this amendment, and I've had a hard time at articulating why it actually frustrates me so deeply, is that, one, we just had a whole conversation about parking, and this conversation didn't come up there. However, since it's here, let's talk about it. A. B, how is this not an infringement upon an individual homeowner's property rights on what they want to do with their unit? Who's making the decision that there needs to be an off or on-street parking space attached to the ADU at all? This injects a new issue for our consideration. It's incredibly frustrating because what ends up happening, I don't know whether Greenwood Village or the other villages in your district have to, will be impacted in the same way that my community will be by transit-oriented communities, by the parking policies, certainly the transit bills that are moving forward. But this, to me, strikes me as a policy that will be potentially confusing for the communities that want to build, but who are also co-located within a metropolitan planning organization and also a transit-oriented community jurisdiction. So in such case, maybe this is certainly a worthwhile policy that makes sense in your district. But what my concern is how us moving forward these amendments, this amendment in particular, when we've just addressed parking under a wholly different title, how the two policies either may braid together in an entirely appropriate way, or how maybe, potentially, there might actually be some problems that arise out of this amendment. Why require an ADU to have an off-street parking in a driveway? What is the point? I've worked on towing policies where communities in HOAs have parking permits, have a visitor come over, and then their visitor's car gets towed half an hour afterwards. I've seen firsthand the ways in which are overzealous towing companies, bad actors, take advantage of people in these situations, why make the requirement around, oh, wait, this is not the designated this is the parking space that's designated for the primary unit. This is the parking space that's designated for the ADU. What does it matter? Why does it matter? This amendment makes no sense. Requiring, that's subsection A. Subsection B, requiring, in connection with the construction or conversion of an ADU, a new parking space on a parcel that doesn't have an existing off-street space, is in a zoning district that as of January 1, 2024, requires one or more parking spaces for the primary dwelling unit, and 3, is located on a block where on-street parking is prohibited. If there's already not parking, why add in that additional requirement? Genuinely. If the good senator was concerned about parking, there was a whole other conversation, a whole other bill, respectfully, that this would have been an appropriate policy to add in. Doesn't belong in this bill. Maybe I'll need to draft an amendment in order to ensure that there is accurate signage for the off-unit ADU parking space so that bad actor towing companies don't go and try to tow a vehicle that belongs to the ADU and not the primary dwelling unit. What is the point of this? I ask for a no vote on L44.
Senator Janal, you had your hand up, remember? What, not on this amendment? Oh, okay. Senator Gonzalez.
One last point that I'd like to make is that the timeline that is contemplated under this amendment is as of January 1, 2024. However, the sponsors just ran another amendment to allow the grandfathering in of additional policies. So I guess that raises a question for me. What happens if between January 1 and, should this bill be successful and be signed into law, May or June of whatever, 2024, a local jurisdiction adds in a policy, will they be subject to and allowed to grandfather in or not? So many questions associated with this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L44. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L44 is adopted. Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to offer an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read? L52.
L52, amendment gross bill, page 14, line 2, after 21, insert A. Page 14, line 3, strike A and substitute I. Page 14, line 6, strike B and substitute
Senator Zinzinger.
2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L52.
To the amendment.
What this amendment does is it says that if you are already a subject jurisdiction that has an ordinance that is already in effect, and that ordinance already contains at least one accessory dwelling unit as an accessory used to a single unit detached dwelling in a majority of the territory where the construction of single unit detached dwellings are allowed, excluding any territory subject to a planned unit development ordinance or a resolution in effect as of the effective date of this section. It's essentially saying that municipalities like mine that have been doing ADUs for about 10 years now, the city of Denver, which has a very good policy that is already very progressive on this topic, that already have something in place, that they wouldn't be subject to this new law that would come in and undo all of that good work. So, for example, in the city of Denver, I know it's a shocker, I usually talk about Arvada, but I'm going to talk a little bit about Denver. They have worked really hard, as Council Member Kevin Flynn referred to it as authentic work with its people over the last 2 years to provide, for context, sensitive design standards for accessory dwelling units, especially in neighborhoods where there are no alleys. In addition to that, they are entitling ADUs in all neighborhoods. And so why then would the legislature, us, and the governor feel the need to strip away their specific standards on setbacks when what they have done is to make them fit already in all contexts? This was the appeal that I received from Councilmember Flynn from the city of Denver. They think that this policy is really a slap in the face. I mean, he literally says that to me, is that this is a slap in our face. It means that they can't go to our constituents with future land use processes and tell them that their input matters. And that's because they worked really hard on their policy. My community worked really hard on our policy. What my fear is that if we pass this law and we go in to undo this work, we're just going to get stuck, which means that we will not be able to achieve the objectives of either policy. So this is really important. I believe that if you all are already doing this, I don't see the need for why we should come in and tell them to do it a different way. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the amendment, appreciate the discussion. You know, folks, what we're trying to do here, we're trying to bring about some flexibility, trying to partner with local jurisdictions. And we know there's always already some ADU laws which already comply with this bill in most cases. They may just need a few tweaks in their code to be in compliance. Also, the proposal to grandfather in existing ADU policies would essentially preserve the status quo, which we know is preventing most ADUs from being built in the first place. While jurisdictions have allowed ADUs, many have applied requirements and standards that are not best practice, such as requiring parking, long-term owner occupancy, and onerous dimensional standards, which signify limit ADU's construction. We are trying to partner with another option. If they're already doing it, that's fine. We want them to do more. But in order to qualify for the grant money that we're offering and the small term loans, we're asking for a few things. And most of those and the other idea behind this is that we're trying to create another option for affordable housing. And some of the policies that are in place right now just aren't affordable. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of L052, of the grandfathering in, essentially, or saying that essentially that local governments that have come forward with ADUs, and there's several. There are several. It's not like this is a new practice. I'm going to just venture a guess to say that all of the counties and all the municipalities, they already have an understanding of how accessory dwelling units work. And they've gone in through their comprehensive planning process or through their land use approval processes in their subdivision regulations and their zoning regulations to make sure that it works in their community, that it works the right way in their community. So saying that we can't have projects, if we grandfather them in, somehow it's going to limit additional affordable housing, doesn't really make sense to me. But it does, I do understand now a little bit more about the bill when it's, well, if you don't do it the way we want you to do it, you can't get grant money or loans because we're asking you to do more. I'm wondering if you all read language that is in this bill under the definition of objective standard and what that means. And I'm just going to explain to you why I find this so offensive. Objective standard means a standard, and the reason I'm talking about this and why it relates to the amendment is because the local government who put in place ADUs, who put this into their zoning, who already put in the practice of accessory dwelling units into their process and into their whole zoning and subdivision regulations. They went through a process. And when they approved these ADUs, whether that's administratively or through a public hearing process, they have objective standards. And those standards, they are not subjective. Those standards are things like being consistent with the master plan or other development plans that they've already approved. Master plans are put forward to help develop the harmonious development of your community, whether that's your municipality or a county. Master plans put forward a plan that your constituents know, and in the case of a municipality, they're even more detailed than a county, but they put together and they tell your citizens how you are planning to grow. A master plan may have a listing and a map of zone districts that are already out there so that you know when you buy in an area that you are buying in the appropriate zone. You're not buying in an industrial zone or a commercial zone. You're ensuring that you're getting your home, one of the most major investments someone will ever make in their life, in an area that is conducive to where you wish to live, maybe not in a commercial area, certainly not in an industrial area. Maybe you don't want to live in an agricultural zone. So you're looking for an area that works for you. And that's what happens in master plans. Almost every land use process requires that the development is consistent with the master plan. Every land use development requires that the surrounding area, that it's consistent. So when people go in and purchase a home in a single-family dwelling, in a subdivision that is single-family dwellings, they're not expecting to find a bunch of ADUs. That's why it's important that we look at what these local governments are doing. They've made it work in their area. They're not trying to push people out of an area. They've gone through and done the appropriate planning in their area already. And that's what this amendment is about. It's saying if you've done that, then you're good to go. But not in this case. Under objective standard, here's what it means. It's a defined benchmark or criterion that allows for determinations of compliance to be consistently decided regardless of the decision maker. And then B, so that was A, and then B, does not require a subjective determination. So these are not necessarily subjective, but does not require a subjective determination concerning a development proposal, consistent with the master plan or other development plans. Those master plans and those development plans are the people in your community saying, this is what our neighborhood, what we want it to look like. This is how we want our community to grow. This is where the subdivisions are going to be, where maybe we want to live that is a single-family dwelling. We don't want that type of density. We already have a postage stamp lawn. We already are only 15 feet from the neighboring house. We already have a small backyard. We already allow for a 2-car garage, and we just don't feel like there should be another attached or detached in this neighborhood. That's not why we bought here. So the land use proposal that went through to decide where that subdivision was had to ensure that they were consistent with the local government's master plan and other development plans. They had to demonstrate that they were compatible with surrounding land uses. They had to demonstrate when they got approved in the first place that they were consistent with public welfare, community character, or neighborhood character. They had to demonstrate that when they were developing that subdivision. But in this bill, in this new law, they're saying, nope, nope, that does not have to happen. ADUs can come in, accessory dwelling units can come in. You don't have to be consistent with the master plan. You don't have to be compatible with surrounding land uses. And you don't have to be consistent with public welfare, community character, or neighborhood character. What this amendment is saying is that local governments who have gone through that process and ensured compatibility and consistency and consistent with public welfare and community character, that those should be grandfathered in because they went through a process, a public process. They didn't just go in and unilaterally rezone things and allow for use in a subdivision that wasn't allowed to begin with where your constituents bought. It's important that we preserve these types of determinations, which are not that subjective. They're not that subjective. If you were to go back and truly look at comprehensive plans, master plans, zoning plans, where the water and sewer plans, those are all development plans. Those are not subjective. Communities have spent millions of dollars determining their master plans, their water and sewer line plans, all of it. Their storm drainage. And to say that that doesn't matter, we're not going to grandfather that work in because we're trying to impose more standards. We're trying to impose things down from the top and tell Coloradoans that it's the state should make the determination about what their new zoning is and what their neighborhood looks like. And that we're just going to go back in after the fact and change everything up. That's why it's extremely important that L52 pass. All that work that has occurred, all that money is spent, but more importantly, that public process that has occurred, the people knew what they were buying into, should not be switched, should not be changed. They shouldn't have the rug pulled out from underneath them because state has determined what's best for them, how we think everybody should grow. We are getting away from the purpose of a comprehensive plan in the first place. Harmonious development, compatibility and consistency, public welfare. Those are all terms, those are all criteria that are used in every land use decision. Local governments have spent a lot of time adhering to those standards and abiding by the wishes of their constituents in their community. I definitely urge we should be voting for and we should be supporting all of the planning and the work that has gone on in these communities. We should allow them to be grandfathered in
and not be subject to top-down rules and regulations that we think we know best. I urge a aye vote on L52.
Senator Janot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too rise in support of L52. Basically, it's bringing back local control. In place of mandating by the state what the bill is trying to do. I just want to talk about Fort Collins, because Fort Collins already has building codes and plans that allow for ADUs, and all you have to do is go down and get those proper codes, get approval, get permits, and it's done. Fort Collins as well has a master plan. It's been in effect for years. It's updated every so many years. But I think of the master plan and all of the money and all of the time that the city or whatever local governments put into that master plan, and why are we trying to change what's best for our cities? Why are we trying to change it? I stand in support of 52 because it's bringing back the local control that this bill is trying to take away in regards to just, let's look at the state, let's go by state rules. Bring back local control, please. Fort Collins has been rated one of the #1 cities to live in the United States, and there's a reason for it. They have their codes, and they have a master plan, and they're looking at it and going over it, I believe, as we speak. Well, not tonight, but anyways, within this time frame. So I rise in support of Amendment 52.
Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of Amendment 52. Very simply, it's because of the two cities that I represent and the work that they're doing or trying to do to address this issue on a local control in a local manner. What I wonder about with this bill is how this bill pushes district or cities to zone these areas, to plan for the sewer, to plan for the maintenance or the grading that might happen with building ADUs, and how this is going to put more stress on the cities when, in fact, maybe they should actually be doing this themselves so they can control and understand how they are able to administer these. I know Littleton does have ADUs. I know Centennial is voting and looking to implement that. And I think that's the purpose of this bill, part of it. It's pushing districts to do this and cities to do this. And so let's let them do it. Let's give them that ability to grandfather their rules in, because I think that's the point here. We're trying to get them to do this, but without a heavy hand. So I encourage an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L52. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L52 is lost. Any further discussion on HB 1152? Senator Janot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1152. If ADUs are mandated statewide, then at least amend this bill to allow more flexibility to determine the appropriate size, the appropriate location, and whether that ADU is attached or detached. We need to protect the rights of not only the person building the ADU, but also the neighbor's rights And I haven't heard much about the neighbors' rights. That's the quality of life in the neighborhood and how it affects the people who live next door. We have to protect their privacy in their own homes, their yards, their view sheds, their property values. We must ensure safe emergency access and mitigate excessive shading. Lots of people in these places have gardens. Got shade, you can't grow your garden. There's also noise and parking issues. Talked a lot about parking issues tonight and yesterday. Many Coloradans have saved their entire lives to own a single-family home. That's their largest investment. Don't put them at risk, folks. Grants only to low or moderate income homeowners, not investors. Building an ADU is a good step. Amending the bill to require on-site owner, not just grant time, would be a positive step to protect our neighbors and our neighborhood livability. And it should apply to all ADUs. For sustainability, the state should encourage basement or single-story attached ADUs only where possible. And if that happens, there's going to be use of fewer materials to build these ADUs, especially if they're in basements or garages or whatever is attached to the house. And that is potentially going to cost less. And if for some reason the ADUs become rentals, that would translate to lower rents and possibly less intrusion to the neighborhood. But I guess I'm just so, here's another bill out of so many that's taking away local control, putting it under a state mandate, and one size doesn't fit all. And I just, for all the reasons I listed, for everything that we put in, accepted or not, as far as amendments go, I just don't see the need for the state requiring and telling us in local governments what to do as far as accessory dwelling units go. Fort Collins already has building codes and master plans already within their city governments. We should be able to allow our local control and our local leaders to be able to make those decisions and not the state. So I ask for a no vote on 1152.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of 1152. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1152 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1313?
House Bill 1313 by Representatives Woodrow and Joda and Senators Hansen and Winter concerning measures to increase the affordability of housing in transit-oriented communities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1313 on second reading.
And the Local Government Housing and Appropriations Committee report?
Oh, thank you, yes, and Local Government Housing report as well as the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Local Government Housing Committee report, Senator Hansen.
Thank you. Members, we made a fair number of changes in Local Government Housing report. There was, I think, 8 amendments adopted covering various aspects of the bill in response to feedback from CCI, local governments, CML, et cetera. Happy to go into those in great deal of detail if anyone would like, but at this stage I'll ask for acceptance of the committee report.
The motion is the adoption of the Local Government Housing Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Local Government Housing Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We did make, of course, the appropriations needed, did make a change on how the money flows from the changes that were made in local government and housing, because we did take out the provisions around some of the incentives that were in the original bill. Those were taken out, so we adjusted the Appropriations Committee, and I ask for acceptance of that report.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read? L108.
L108, amend Rand Gross Bill, page 21, line 8, strike storage and substitute storage and parcels that are identified.
Senator
within the
Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L08.
Thank you very much. I paused because I
108,
couldn't.
L108. I apologize.
That's
We're-
okay. I paused because I couldn't believe the number of amendments that have been run on this bill. Senator
Yes,
Winter,
we're in the 100s. It's great.
please tell us about 108.
So this responds to stakeholder feedback from environmental and community partners that adds sites that are listed on the EPA toxic release inventory to the subsection that exempts industrial partner parcels. And so this means if there is a polluted area in a TOC, it is exempt from your housing goal calculation. And I encourage you to vote.
Any discussion on L108? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L108. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L108 is adopted.
Oh, we're actually not offering that one, sorry.
Not 110?
No. But 111.
There is an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read L111?
L111.
Senator
amend the
Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment's a technical cleanup that addresses the cross-references and numbering cleanup from the Local Government and Housing Committee amendments.
Thank you. Please move 111.
I move Amendment 111.
That's proper motion. Any discussion on 111? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L111. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L111 is adopted. Senator Wint, there is an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read L112?
L112, amend Rand Gross Bill.
Senator
page
Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L112.
To the amendment.
This amendment is a technical cleanup that addresses the cross-referenced and numbering, thank you, cleanup from the Local Government and Housing Committee amendments.
Any discussion on L112? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L112. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L112 is adopted. Would the clerk please read the title of L115?
L115, amend Rand Gross Bill. Page
Senator
15.
Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L115.
To the amendment.
This amendment adds activities contracted by an area agency on aging with a subject jurisdiction as an eligible use to the TOC Infrastructure Grant Fund. And so this is supporting our seniors and making sure they have the services they need in transit-oriented communities. And this was a suggestion from the good senator from Wheat Ridge, and I encourage yes vote.
Any discussion on L115? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L115. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L115 is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read 116?
L116.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L116.
To the amendment. Senator Winter.
This amendment will prevent the mismatch that can occur when properties are located within the jurisdiction of the county, yet are served by a municipality's utility system. By making these parcels exempt from the housing goal calculation, this amendment will support planning best practices development and beneficial cooperation between counties and cities.
Any discussion on L116? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L116. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L116 is adopted. There's a member at the desk. Would the clerk please read 117?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
No.
Will
Yeah.
the clerk
No,
not
that was
read
my
that?
mistake. We're not doing 117. Yes.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw Amendment 117.
117 has been withdrawn. Would the clerk please read the title of 118?
L118, amend the Local Government and Housing
Senator
Committee
Winter.
report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a request from CML and some cities that removes a reference
to the recent Supreme Court decision, which was added at the Senate Local Government and Housing, that is unnecessary for this bill, and I encourage a yes vote.
Any discussion on L118? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L118. All those in favor say aye. Oh, Senator Winter, you know what? That amendment was not moved. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 118.
Any further discussion on 118? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L118. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L118 is adopted. There's a member of the desk. Will the clerk please read L119?
L119.
Senator
amendment
Winter.
Gross Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L119.
To the amendment, Senator Winter.
So this is an amendment that the idea came from the good senator from Loveland, and this amendment enables local governments outside of metropolitan planning organizations to do the voluntary designation of neighborhood centers, which enables access to the TOC infrastructure grant funding, and I encourage a yes vote.
Any discussion? Senator Gonzalez to L119.
I just have a question, because I understand that there is language that you are referring to around neighborhood centers, but that is not reflected at all within L119. So can you help me understand exactly what is meant by the explanation that you offered?
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Denver. And so this bill concentrates on transit-oriented corridors, which are designated by metropolitan planning organizations. Those are required to meet the requirements of this bill. Now, a city or a county can voluntarily do a neighborhood center. So a city or a county can say, we actually want to attract transit here, we want to do density, we want to do housing here, and they voluntarily agree to the parameters of this bill, but then they qualify for the grant funding.
Any further discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Where in the re-engrossed bill does the neighborhood center language exist? Jesus.
Senator O'File has been requested and granted. Any further discussion on L119? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L119. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L119 is adopted.
Yep.
Any further discussion on 1313? There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read? 120. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I move Amendment 120.
To the amendment, Senator Winter.
This amendment, so in our bill, we have places that are exempted from being part of the housing opportunity goals. So for example, landfills and gravel pits and polluted land. And we realize that we've been working with local governments to really make sure we're addressing which lands are exempted from your housing opportunity goal, but we might not have been thorough enough. And so this is saying if there is another technical reason that you cannot develop on a piece of land, you can apply to DOLA and they can approve that exemption. And I encourage a yes vote.
Any discussion on L120? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L120. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L120 is adopted. Any further discussion on 1313? Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard this bill in committee. This bill sounds a lot like it's a bill that is trying to move the needle before we really have the services to support it, as in transit. You know, last year we had 213. There were so many components to it. This is just part of that. And we saw how 213, how that ended up. Honestly, this doesn't affect my district at all. But I think, you know, it's the camel's nose under the tent. First we'll do this, then we'll start branching out a little further and start putting restrictions and different requirements out in rural Colorado. So this is a complicated bill, especially now with 120 amendments. That really shows it was ready for prime time. And it makes it really hard, especially this stage of the session, to digest all of these amendments that especially came so late just tonight. So I still find a lot of problems with this. There's been a lot of improvement with some of these amendments, but right now I'm still a no on this bill.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I spent a lot of time on this bill. I spent more time on this policy than I have on some of my own bills. Because this policy will have such massive implications on my community. I've been told time and time and time again in committee, in appropriations, here's what we're doing. Here's what's going to happen on this bill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more amendments. Maybe there's more. I lost count. Yeah. I work hard, and I'll only speak for myself here, but I work hard to dig into policy and to actually understand. I hope that we all do the same. I anticipate and expect us all to do the same. But when it's almost 10 o'clock at night on a Friday night, Saturday night, exactly. When I have spent so much time trying to understand how is this going to impact my district, the good senator from Peltonia just said, that doesn't affect me. Well, it does affect my people. It does affect my community. And to try to jam through these amendments so quickly, I just asked a question. Does the definition of a metropolitan planning organization match the same definition that we just talked about in the last bill, 1152? Turns out those lists are different. So maybe for some of y'all, you're a no vote or an aye vote because it doesn't matter, doesn't impact you. I care deeply about these policies because it does impact me. It does impact my community. There are some of y'all who on these bills say, well, I have this policy position because I believe in local control. And there's other folks who say, no, I think that the housing crisis in our state demands that the state engage and take action in new ways that we haven't heretofore done. I've seen firsthand what happens when communities who are often overlooked and not taken into consideration get left out of planning processes, get left out of input. I don't care whether it happens at the state or at the local level. Poor people, Black and brown people, young people get left out of these conversations. People who speak languages other than English get left out of these conversations. I don't care whether it happens at the local level or at the state level. There is a bunch of lobbyists sitting right outside right now, proponents and opponents. But this isn't happening in a way that the people who will be impacted by this policy have the opportunity to weigh in on. We're well past that point. In the Appropriations Committee, and I spent time, I laid the bill, I asked that the bill be laid over in order to ensure that my pea-sized little brain, because sometimes y'all gotta talk slower, because I don't understand. I'm trying to work on that, so you'll have to forgive me. But I just needed a little bit more time to understand the actual implication of these policies and how they would braid together bills on RTD, bills on transit-oriented communities, bills on parking. ADUs, I'm probably missing a few. Maybe only one of these bills impacts your district. All of them impact mine. And when I ask for time, too often, on too many of these bills, I've been looked at like, it's not how we're not, this is. So in the period of half an hour? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. New amendments. A smattering of the lobby outside has said, we're asking for your support on this one. The other smattering of the lobby outside is saying, that would be really pernicious for us. Asking for a no vote. But in this flurry of amendments, the thing that I hear over and over again is the first floor says that this is okay. I renew my motion to invite the governor to run for legislative office if he wants to be a legislator. Until then, I'd remind this chamber that we're separate branches of government. But I'm supposed to take it on good faith, no pun intended, that this is all fine and that there's no conflicts with any of the other bills that are moving forward, that everything's gonna be quite all right. So I guess I'll just sit down and shut up. Ask for a no vote.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Denver. And you certainly do not have a brain that's the size of the pea, and are incredibly intelligent and smart, and many of the amendments we've ran were at your request and at community's request. And in fact, there's a constituent outside from Denver that said, I'm so happy you're doing this on a Saturday because I'm not at work and I get to participate. And I want to specifically thank all the housing organizations that serve large populations in Denver for their input that they had. And this is a technical bill. It's a big bill. And so sometimes when you work with constituencies, it takes time to figure out the right language. And it takes time to negotiate. And in fact, that last amendment I just ran was specifically against the first floor. And that came from me, and it came from constituents, and it came from folks asking for that. And so I really appreciate the folks that have engaged on this, and just want to point out that this isn't, whether the first floor supports my bills or the first floor hates my bills, I lose votes either way. And that's frustrating because I think that does erase the work that the legislature does when it depends on the stance of the first floor, whether you have votes or not.
Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in opposition to House Bill 1313. But I want to thank the sponsors for their work on it. I mean, this has been a long, long process, and we've sat down. I've sat down with them. I sat down with stakeholders and went through the bill line by line, working through it. Also met with my city officials in both Centennial and Littleton to discuss how this would affect them and what they're currently doing. And then I also met with people that I consider very intelligent experts in this area that are my constituents. Plus, I heard from hundreds and hundreds of emails, and we kept track of people in my district, lots of people in my district against this bill. And then I also got a spattering of emails from Newcastle and Hayden and Steamboat and Breckenridge and Greeley, not in my district, talking about how good this bill is, why we need it. And I thought, how is Newcastle affected by this? I was really confused. Because I was looking for the zip codes where I live. Because those are the zip codes that are most affected by this bill. So, the intention here is something that we all agree, I agree on. Maybe I shouldn't say we all. We agree on the intention. We're trying to add density, reduce traffic, reduce pollution, all very laudable intentions. However, every community is different, and the local land control of that land use is critical. The good senator from Denver said how important it is to have different communities involved. Not every community gets involved. Not every socioeconomic status is involved. It made me think of a bill we heard last night that was brought with History Colorado for the Native American community. That was a bill that was amended because it was going to do history on the boarding schools that we had here. And it wanted to make sure that the people doing that history and interviewing were people from the Native communities to make sure that it was appropriate, those questions. And when I think of local control and government development, I think of our local communities reaching out to different branches of our community and asking them. And I know it doesn't always happen. To the senator from Denver, I know it doesn't. But it has a better chance of happening when it's initiated by the local government and not by state government when it comes to this kind of zoning land use reform. Because one size does not fit all communities. Newcastle, I don't know how that's affected here, but home rule has been the backbone of local government. And this bill provides the state of Colorado control of how communities will grow and develop in the future. We have carrots and we have sticks. Some are no longer in this bill. We do that. Government can fund transportation infrastructure. Can use it with TIP grants. It can be held out to make sure they're in compliance with state requirements. I look at the areas where I live, right on the I-25 corridor, and I see even my own experience of what's happened since March of 2020. There are less people going into the offices, more people working from home. I did that. I moved out of the office and back home and work from home in my day job. Changes in development around transit stations are happening, and they've happened for the last 35 years. You look at a lot of park and ride locations now, and you see they're basically empty. Why are they empty? Are they working from home? Or do they feel like they can't ride those facilities? They can't ride the bus or they can't ride the train because maybe they're unsafe? Maybe they don't feel safe on them? And yet, we're trying to develop that, and maybe that intrinsically they would get better. What are people defining how to use, or how are they defining how to use public transit, and what purpose are they doing that? I've been told that downtown Denver and many of the office buildings are now 30 to 40% empty. People that were commuting. This bill seems to indicate that TOCs must meet a state-approved housing opportunity goal. The bill further has conflicts. You know, it tries to say that a local government could also interpret meeting a HOG established by the state as a neighborhood center if it increases public transit ridership. Is it the chicken or the egg that's coming first here? Improve that public transit or get them to live closer to it, and then it will be used. You know, there was a book called Edge City, published in 1991, that identified Cherry Creek area as a significant development outside of the central city core. You know, it could be identified as a neighborhood center, but it has very limited ability to increase public transit identified as a neighborhood center in this bill. There are no rail lines. There's no significant bus rapid transit planned for that area. However, it is a thriving mixed-use community meeting many of the criteria listed in this bill for a neighborhood center. And it developed organically. It developed organically because both the development community and the city and county foresaw an opportunity to continue this transformation. Increasing the development of housing is, I think, the main intention here. And adding transit to it will make, hopefully, affordable housing. But there's nothing in the bill that says it's required affordable housing. I know many local governments are looking to add housing in appropriate locations. And this bill will not be the end-all, be-all. It will not be the glamour, you know, the true result, you know, the fix-it-all, the panacea, to solve an issue which is more complicated than can be fixed by state control. Local governments are already in the process of moving in their individually desired locations. This issue of appropriate and affordable housing, it takes time. And we've given a lot of pushes. Prop 123. We've done a lot over the last 4 years to help incentivize and encourage. And it's done over time. It still will take time. It will move in a positive direction. It is moving in a positive direction. And it takes good planning by all parties to make sure it gets done. If done appropriately, with good communication, cooperation, and collaboration, the local governments and the community will solve this issue. And that's why I'm a no on this bill. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez. Gonzalez.
I appreciate the comments that were offered by the senator from Westminster. And yet, the explanation of this is my amendment, this is not the amendment, this is an amendment against the first floor, is not what we discussed when we're discussing the amendments. I've had constituents weigh in on both sides of the policy. On our local governments are best situated, and oh my God, we need to do any and everything because we're in a massive housing crisis. My community's building so much is breathtaking. I invite other communities to join the fight, because Lord knows we need it. But what I hear time and time again, more than anything, is that I don't care where the decisions happen, whether it's at the state or at the local government, we're going to end up getting pushed out. I've worked diligently throughout all of these processes, last year in 213, and now in a whole host of different bills, because this policy issue has gotten broken up into into a many-headed hydra. And now it's like playing whack-a-mole. Because some of the carrots that the good senator from Centennial was just referencing are no longer in this bill. They're in another tax credit bill. Some of the policy that I was asking about, how will this work in tandem and in alignment with Senate Bill 174 for communities who are trying to join the fight? How's that going to work? So now there's, I think, maybe language, although with all the 7 amendments that just happened, I don't know if it's still in there or not. So maybe it is, or maybe it's not. I don't know. To support and ensure that communities of color, working class people, don't get displaced, I suppose time will tell. Thank you for your time. And I ask that you each at least take a look, at least more than a passing glance, at the 100 and however many amendments that this bill has gone through.
Is there discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 13. Division? A division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1313. All those in favor, please stand.
Did someone just stand? Yes. Is she, can remain standing, sit or stand?
Please remain standing.
Now she's sitting. Oh, is she up? It's too late. No, it's not too late. So one more.
Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of 1313 is passed, is adopted. Would the clerk please read the title of the Senate Bill 228?
Senate Bill 228 by Senators Malika and Lundin and Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Pugliese concerning mechanisms to refund excess state revenues.
Who'd like to move the bill? Senator Malika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 228.
And the Finance and the Appropriations Committee report.
And the Finance.
And the Appropriations Committee reports.
Appropriations Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report. Senator.
Do you want to do it?
Senator.
Give us 1 sec.
All right, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In the Finance Committee, we moved 2 amendments. They were both adopted. They clarified the excess rate reduction pathway and how it would interact should Senate Bill 111 pass, or that was Amendment 2, and Amendment 3 was what would happen if Senate Bill 111 did not pass. Both bills are both potential pathways are clearly open at this point, so it was important that we pass both of those amendments. They were adopted in the Finance Committee, and it just clarifies what's happening with the excess reimbursement.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator.
They appropriated the appropriate amount. The Appropriations Committee did.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, there is an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read L006?
L6 amend printed bill, page 21, line 22, strike and 5C and substitute 5C and 10, page 21, line 23, strike 9 and 10.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. There are 3 amendments. I'm not certain which one we have in front of us.
L006.
6. We have L006. We'll take them in reverse order here. L006 is a Department of Revenue cleanup amendment. They discovered that they needed to have some technical language cleaned up here with regard to a specific subsection. And it's very technical in nature, and I cannot give you more than it's a DOR cleanup.
That's all right. Please move the amendment.
I move, L006.
Any discussion on L006? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L006. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L006 is adopted. There is an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read? L005.
L5 amend printed bill, page
Mr.
17.
Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L005.
To the amendment.
Thank you very much. Healthy Meals Colorado is a program that we have all the school children participate in. This language simply makes it clear that that program is not affected by virtue of the articulations of the bill and the statute.
Any discussion on L005? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L005 is adopted. There's a member of the desk. Will the clerk please read L004?
L4, amend printed bill.
Mr.
page
Minority
18.
Leader.
Thank you very much. I move Amendment L004.
To the amendment.
This has never happened before, but if the IRS doesn't get its job done on time, this amendment makes it clear that the state of Colorado can go ahead and move forward with the necessary distributions of refunds to the people of Colorado. I call it the effectless IRS amendment.
Any discussion on L004? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L004 is adopted. Any further discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you. We urge adoption of the bill. This is a refund mechanism of the Tabor refunds. The Tabor refunds are going back to the people of Colorado. The first refund is always the homestead exemption, the senior homestead exemption, the veterans, and the Gold Star families exemption. Then there is a pathway to, under the bill, when we exceed a certain level, an income tax reduction, which has happened previously. This bill would restore that as a pathway. Then following that, if there's still additional money, there's a 6-tier system that's been in place forever. That remains in place. And then if we have even more money, more than a $1.5 billion excess reserve, then there would be an additional sales tax reduction on the state sales tax rate. Senate Bill 228 codifies all of the above.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Member, Senate Bill 228 is a way to make sure that when we have this Tabor surplus, that we are getting money back into the people of Colorado's pockets. Not only through an income tax credit, but also when we have even more of a surplus tax refund, even more of a surplus that we have the sales tax piece of this. And I think that that's really important to focus on. Because we're looking at this from a number of different areas, because the goal that we have is to make sure that we're getting money back in people's pockets when we have that surplus, and that's what we're trying to do here in Senate Bill 228, and I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of 228. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 228 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 231?
Senate Bill 231 by Senators Rodriguez and Gardner and Representatives Snyder and Frizzell, concerning implementing consensus recommendations of the Liquor Advisory Group convened by the Department of Revenue to conduct a comprehensive review of Colorado's liquor laws.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 231 in the Finance and the Appropriations Report.
To the Finance Committee report, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Finance Committee, we added some technical amendments that clarified from the Liquor Enforcement Division that we're just doing some clarifying and tightening up of the bill. So that's all we did in the Finance Committee.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we appropriated the funds to fund the statutes that are going to be done in the bill.
I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry. Let me compose myself. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Any discussion on 231?
I don't want to make you laugh anymore, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gardner.
Are we to the bill? To the bill, please. This is the liquor bill to end all liquor bills. We ask for an aye vote. But there's more.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ironic that the good senator from Colorado Springs would like to move quickly here on the liquor bill to end all liquor bills. No, in seriousness, colleagues, I just have a few brief remarks. First, thanks to the sponsors for taking this on. It is important that I think a lot of the recommendations in this bill are good and valid. And just for those of you that don't know, these are the consensus recommendations, or so-called consensus recommendations from the Liquor Advisory Group that has been meeting for the last year and a half. The whole reason why we had a Liquor Advisory Group, though, is because a couple years ago, when I was over in the other chamber, I introduced a bill with then Representative Larson, and Senator Rodriguez was the Senate sponsor, to create a task force to look at Colorado's liquor laws to actually try to end liquor bills for a little while. That bill did pass the House, came over here. I don't know what happened in this august chamber, but for some reason that bill died on the last day of session. So the task force wasn't created by the legislature and would have been accurately represented, I think, of the entire liquor industry. But the governor created a task force anyway. He went ahead and drafted an executive order and appointed his own liquor advisory group. And while I do think that that group made some good recommendations, there was one recommendation that I don't think had accurate enough representation on the task force to be the right recommendation for the state of Colorado. And that has to deal with a cap that is placed on retail-to-retail sales. So a liquor store selling to a restaurant, for example, that was put in place a very long time ago, has not been adjusted for inflation. It's $2,000 a year. Restaurants are only allowed to purchase $2,000 per year from a liquor store. Otherwise, they have to order from a distributor. Usually only one of those available to them wherever they are, especially in the areas that I represent, very limited competition. And $2,000 seems way too low for 2024. And I don't think that raising it to $7,000 is enough either. That's what the Bill 231 proposes. Should be higher. But if the consensus, if this liquor advisory group has only recommended $7,000, that is simply not adequate in my opinion, especially for small liquor stores. And it wasn't, and I think the people on the liquor advisory group for this sector, for small liquor stores, were not representative of the entire industry. There was very little representation of minority communities, which are predominant owners of small liquor stores in Colorado, not enough representation from rural Colorado, and nobody from the Colorado Restaurant Association or from the restaurant industry, I should say, not a specific organization, was selected to be on the liquor advisory group. So I don't think an adequate representation of those impacted by this 30-year-old cap was on the liquor advisory group for them to be able to make a recommendation. And so with that, I'm going to offer an amendment.
There is an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read L6?
L6, amend printed
Senator
bill, page
Roberts.
3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L006.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment strikes all references to raising the cap from $2,000 to $7,000 because I do not believe $7,000 is adequate enough to support our small businesses, our restaurants, and our small liquor stores. Particularly, our small liquor stores are being hurt tremendously right now because of the passage of Proposition 125, which has placed wine into grocery stores. The voters decided that by less than 1%, but it is what they decided. But we do need to do more in light of that decision to help our small businesses across the state, many of which are minority-owned, women-owned, or in rural parts of our state. So I don't think the recommendation is adequate from the Liquor Advisory Group. I think it should be taken out of this bill, and we can have a further conversation about that in future legislative sessions. And so with that, I ask for your aye vote on L006.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I stand in opposition to this amendment. One of the corrections that this was stated in the committee, but actually 12 years ago, House Bill 1270 raised the cap to 5K. This bill does put it in at 7,500. I believe there was discussions at 10K, the 5K to stay. but they came with a compromise of 7,500. But what they included in the 7,500 is that there is the lag indexes with inflation. So there is inflation included with what's in this bill. I don't know if stripping that out is the right thing to do. This may not be exactly what they wanted, but at least this is an increase what they have, and it does have an inflation increase. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Priola. Oh, Senator Priola.
And I asked for a no vote as well for the same reasons the majority leader did.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I asked for a no vote on L006, and I'm going to go into a little detail on it. And thanks for mentioning the prior bill that raised the cap to 5,000. I honestly think I kind of remember that back then. I think it was really low, like $800 or something. But it was 2,000? Okay, not really low. But the point is, the reason there is a three-tier system in this state of Colorado that was implemented after the repeal of the Volstead Act is it's to add costs to an addictive substance, among other things. This amendment and the constant creep up of the exception to having to go through a wholesaler helps erode the regime that was put in place after the repeal of the Volstead Act, the three-tier system which exists in our state. And from my perspective, from dealing with a lot of addiction issues that we've studied in the interim committee, this is bad policy on a number of levels for the state of Colorado. So I ask for a no vote on L006.
Any further discussion on L006? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L006 is lost. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 231? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of 231. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 231 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to lay over the remainder of the calendar for later in the evening.
The motion is to lay over the remainder of the calendar for the rest of the evening.
Later in the evening.
Till later this evening.
Later. Man,
All those in favor say aye.
at least I know he's listening to me. Stay classy, Colorado.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the remainder of the calendar will lay over to later this evening. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the committee is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met in a number of bills in consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 4th, 2024, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 228 as amended, Senate Bill 231 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1008, House Bill 1152 as amended, House Bill 1313 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1448, House Bill 1454, House Bill 1467, laid over until May 4th, 2024, and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
Motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 1?
SCR 1, Senator Gonzalez moved to amend the
Senator
report of the committee.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Cal 1.
To the amendment.
Thank you. The cow in question reflects that Amendment 52 to 1152 did in fact fail. No, pass. Sorry. It shows that L52 to 1152 did pass because during the second reading, for some reason, even though I heard a lot of people asking for an aye vote, it was deemed that it failed. So S001 would in fact grandfather in jurisdictions that are doing the work in their local communities right now as it stands, and then allow them to actually be able to partake in the funding that is associated with this bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. We ask for a no vote on this amendment. We appreciate the work that local municipalities have already done, and the purpose of the bill is to build on that. So we ask for an aye vote. A no vote, I'm sorry.
Motion for the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 1 to House Bill 1152. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Mullica, Exum, Simpson, Hanson, Roberts, Coleman, Rodriguez, Winter, Fields, Bridges, Henriksen, Priola, Buckner, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Sullivan. Please add the president. With a vote of 14 ayes, 20 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the amendment is lost. Motion for the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 228 is amended. Senate Bill 231 is amended, passed in second reading, order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1008, 1152 is amended. 1313 is amended, passed in second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1448, 1454, and 1467 laid over until May 4th and retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up special order second reading of bills, which are House Bill 1448, House Bill 1454, House Bill 1467, at the hour of 10:42.
The motion is that the Senate take up House Bill 1448, House Bill 1454, and House Bill 1467 on special orders at the hour of 10:42 p.m. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 10:42 p.m. Special orders. Second reading of bills. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself to Committee of the Whole for consideration of special order second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special order second reading of bills, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
Look, multiple copies of the fiscal note.
I just got a new one.
That's just adding the approps. I mean, you're aware of that, obviously.
Committee will come to order and the Colt rule is relaxed for everybody up in here. Will the clerk please read the title of the House Bill 1448?
House Bill 1448 by Representatives McCluskey and Bacon and Senators Lundin and Zenzinger concerning the creation of a modernized approach to funding public education in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1448 and the Education Committee report.
To the Education Committee report, Senator Zenzinger.
We made 3 amendments, including one for the MLO, one on behalf of Rural Alliance, and a technical amendment.
There is discussion. Seeing no discussion, the motion is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Education Committee report is adopted. Senator Zenzinger.
I move the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Zenzinger.
We made the appropriation and we adopted 2 technical amendments.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we have an outdated funding formula here in Colorado that is inequitable and does not meet the needs of our students. We have a proposal before you today that will put students first, fix the order of operations of the funding formula, emphasize equity, make targeted resources to districts that need it, in particular our rural communities, and it increases our investment in our public facilities. We have been working on a rewrite of the formula for the last 7 years, and we have not had a major update to the formula since 1994. And for those reasons, we are bringing this proposal before you.
There is further discussion. Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a good senator from Parker said earlier today, this might be a while, so if you have something else to do, you might want to go do it. We heard this bill in Education Committee, and I was a no vote in Education Committee, but, you know, I recognize that there was a lot of work into this bill. There are a lot of good intentions, so I want to say thank you to the sponsors for working on this bill, bringing this bill, for the time that went in to have this written, to have it amended. There's just a lot of good intentions based on the goals written into this bill. And I think a lot of things that we can agree on. If you take a look at the bill, it's a long bill. Long bill. 111 pages. 111 pages, a lot of amendments in the House. And you know, I don't know how long it was taken with the districts that I represent, because they told me it wasn't, they didn't have a lot of input, so. And I just think that when we look at the good aspects of this bill, we look at what it's trying to do, it's based on it's not really a ledge deck. It is a ledge deck, I guess. It's 2254-102. It's on page 6 of the bill if you're following along at home. And it looks like it starts out with some real changes to Article 54. And it says, just read it to you. The General Assembly further finds and declares that a thorough and uniform system of public education, remember that phrase, thorough and uniform system of public education, it's important, creates a learning environment in which all learners will be civically engaged, physically, socially, and emotionally healthy, competent academic scholars, and upon graduation, ready to contribute productively to the economy and prepared for a rapidly changing world. That I can agree with. It's a good part. You see, I used to teach history, used to teach kids how to write papers, and this is what you would call like a thesis. A thesis is the goal. A thesis is tell them what you're going to tell them. You know, part of the introduction is usually the last line of an introduction. And in that thesis, it has main points, main ideas. And those main ideas are then proven in the paper. And we used to do a thing in the classes that I taught called thesis proof. This is how we would learn some of the material and some of the main ideas and have a thesis. A lot of times it was in a textbook. So identify the thesis of this section, and then we would go through and we would figure out what the proof was to that thesis. It was a way to learn the material. But that wasn't the only way. I mean, we did lots of different things. I had a great cooperating teacher when I did my student teaching. Anyway, in this thesis, this is part of it. The second part is world-class public education learning environment is critical to meeting the workforce demands for Colorado's thriving and dynamic economy. World-class. That's a noble goal to get to. I don't know how we measure it, but it's a noble goal to get to. The changing realities of Colorado's economy demand that students be agile learners, able to continuously learn, adapt, shift into new roles by developing critical thinking, collaboration, and problem-solving skills. Yeah, I could agree with that. Learn, adapt, and shift into new roles by developing critical thinking, collaboration, and problem-solving skills. Collaboration. It's a big word there. The needs of the state require that all students, including those who are underserved or face significant challenges in meeting Colorado's graduation guidelines, complete high school and are ready for career or post-secondary education. So the needs of the state require, our state's needs, think about that. All students, including those who are underserved, absolutely agree, face significant challenges in meeting Colorado's graduation guidelines, who are underserved or face those significant challenges. Complete high school and are ready for career or post-secondary education. Sure. Agree with that too. Then that's the purpose. That's what we're going to try to do with the next 104 pages of this bill. By establishing a new school finance formula. A new school finance formula that we had a task force established and recommended many changes to implement. Now, we'll get into that later. I'll leave that out there for tease you. Okay, so that you'll be interested later to come back and listen. Okay? It's a cliffhanger. You know, it's the end of the commercial. Now, commercial break. The program formula, it says here, program formula drastically underfunds Colorado's most historically underserved students, including at-risk students. This is the meat and potatoes now of this thesis. English language learners and students with special needs. I 100% agree. I agree. You know, there are many districts, I think 178 in this state, and they all have at-risk students. I would say they probably all have English language learners, and they all have students with special needs. So that's huge. We need to do and fund to serve these students. I've said this before, you know, I have experience in education myself and, you know, in the school district that I live in, with my kids going there and my wife working there. And she's talked about the at-risk students that she serves and the kids who have come here from other countries, who have walked here thousands of miles from South America. Never been in school, never had services. They're trying to learn English. And they're also trying to learn how to read. They didn't learn how to read in their native language either. And the struggle that they have in her school district, which in committee by a witness was referenced as a bandit, stealing, basically. These wealthier districts were bandits, stealing from other districts. And I said a little bit in committee. I was biting my tongue, trying to make sure we got the bill through. But I can't bite my tongue on it now, because I know the struggle that school and the other schools within Littleton Public Schools go through in trying to fund and find people to work with ELL, English language learners, but yet I've been told that they're wealthy and that they were raising as much money as they could, but yet they didn't have a dedicated ELL teacher in their middle school. They had to try to work with the Spanish teacher, who wasn't a Spanish teacher in the sense that teaching kids how to learn English, he was teaching kids how to learn Spanish. And they got their certificate to teach middle school, not to teach kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, not to teach kids how to read. Because when you're dealing with someone who's never read before, you have to have those skills and the knowledge level on how to teach a child how to read. And yet this middle school did not have the funding to get a dedicated ELL teacher, but they were a bandit. They stole money, taking money from other schools. It's not true. Not true whatsoever. There are poor kids, there are English language learners, there are kids with special needs and at-risk kids in every district. And the goal of this bill is to address all of them, and I thoroughly believe in that. But to say this is needed because districts steal from each other, well, that dog don't hunt. I don't agree with that at all. It says here, it goes in some history, that the school finance formula hasn't been updated since 1994. That's when I graduated college. That's a 30-year anniversary this year, a 30-year reunion. 30-year reunion for the school finance formula. So yes, I believe it needs to be updated. We tried to update it previously, and that's why we set up this task force. A task force of specialists, not special interest, but specialist, to do this. And one of their recommendations that we passed a bill, the School Finance Act last year, was to fund adequacy studies so that we can learn in each one of these 178 school districts how much it costs to educate a student. And during supplementals this year, we spent some time talking about that, and the original allocation last year, wasn't enough to fund this. So we gave $2.8 million that we allocated with the intention, and I think I ran an amendment too, to say we wouldn't do anything else until we knew what that cost was. And that was shot down. Because you should know the cost if you want to know how much you're going to spend or need to spend. Right? Doesn't that make sense? Shouldn't I know the cost of something? I met with Littleton school board members and district accountability folks and some of the superintendent. They came down for a Littleton day at the Capitol. Might have been March, might have been February. I spent an hour with them. And I talked about this study. And at that time, I think it was March, at that time, they asked, we hear rumors of a school finance formula, a new one coming out. I said, yeah, I heard it too, but no one's shared anything with me. Have they shared it with you? And I asked my superintendent, nope. Don't know anything about the specifics. But I said, it's really hard for me to understand why we don't figure out how much it costs before we change the formula. I mean, we've already put it in place. It's not like we should come up with a new bill to spend $2.8 million. Because we already done that. We'd already proverbially wrote the check to spend $2.8 million to find out how much it costs for 178 school districts. And I actually had one of the DAC members ask me, he goes, well, I can tell you how much it costs. Take whatever we're spending now and double it. Well, got a laugh and some chuckles and some actually like, yeah, you're probably right, shrugs. Because we need to know. Because we know in every school district right now, we receive this with our original school finance formula for 24-25 for the school finance bill, for Senate Bill 24-188, we received this that showed us the per pupil funding for each district in this state. Is it enough? I don't know, probably not. If you look at this and you say, I look at my school district, one of my school districts, I look at Littleton in Arapahoe County, because it's by county, so I have to turn the page to Arapahoe and then scroll down and look for Littleton. There it is. It says $10,177 total funding per pupil. No, that's combined, state and local, $10,177. Then I go to Yuma. Who's from Yuma here? There he is. I spent a longest night of my life in Yuma one night. Might have been a week, but it was 24 hours. Caught in a snowstorm, just so you know. Is it Idalia? Idalia spends $18,535 per pupil. And Littleton spends $10,000. Liberty spends $23,000 per pupil. Should be some pretty, So, is that how much it costs? Let's find out. And let's make it right. So, I got a point here I really need to make about the next part. It's been a long time. Been a long time. It sounds like a Led Zeppelin song, right? Since we've changed it, but we presented a bill, was presented to us 3 weeks ago, and it says here, in this bill, as the General Assembly commits to fully buying down the budget stabilization factor. Yes, we have. We committed last year, we committed this year, and we've done it. And we celebrated out on the East Steps. But the senator from Loveland and I wrote an op-ed in the Denver Post. I'm sure all of you have it hanging in your fridge like I do. About it was great that we passed this, that we paid down the budget stabilization factor. But it doesn't mean we have fully funded schools based on their need. Because we still need to find out exactly what that is to make sure. So yes, we fully committed to buying it down. And there is an opportune moment. Let's break that apart. Is that right now? Must be, because it's in here. Opportune moment to modernize the total program formula to better meet the needs of students, educators, communities, and schools. Opportune moment. Well, I think the opportune moment is every year. Opportune moment was when we passed Amendment 23. It's every day and every year is an opportune moment to meet the needs of our kids, our students. I've got some problems with that timing of opportune moment. We're going to spend some time on that. Think about it. Think about what's going on right now. Think about how we have a Democratic member and a Republican member working on a bill to address property tax relief. We had a special session last fall. Remember that? Try to block it out, but remember that? And it set up a task force to provide recommendations. And they're trying to take that information and create property tax relief, because I think we have 2 referred measures currently on the ballot this fall to basically limit our property taxes. Measures that will sound, hey, we're going to really cut back, make sure that property taxes don't grow. What will really gut our local governments and our special districts and our school districts. And so they're working on this so that we can respond to that, because this is what we've been told that people are clamoring for, right? Property tax support. It's a whole nother argument to talk about. But by doing this, either those measures or the measure that soon we'll see in the last 4 days of session and hopefully vote on, hopefully pass, and hopefully take down that threat of becoming Kansas or California in 1979, where they capped property taxes and basically gutted their funding for their services. That's a government lesson we could teach tonight too, what our property taxes pay for. You know, the services that we get, that we rely on, that we don't think about. But to make this property tax reduction permanent, whatever this negotiation may be, is going to hurt. It's going to hurt in the near term. It's going to hurt a lot. You see, this bill, I should get to that point where it says we're backfilling, but maybe my colleague from Loveland can get to that. Where we're backfilling school districts, because we've been told that this does not increase spending on education, it's just moving money from one place to another. Moving money from the bandits, essentially. Not by our bill sponsors, they didn't say that. That's just how I feel when that witness said it, and still burns me. But to move money and to redistribute it. Redistribution of wealth. It's kind of Senator for Monuments on a bill to redistribute wealth. No, I don't know if that's true. But to redistribute money, and noble cause, that we weren't increasing funding. In April 15th, we had a fiscal note. April 15th, the fiscal note said $84 million in the out year, 2025, 2026. That looks like an increase in funding to me on the fiscal note. $84,752,413. It's more than just redistribute and moving money from one place to another. That's adding new money. There's a lot of, I think around that time, a lot of people were opposed to this bill. They're now in monitor position. Because April 26th, we got a new fiscal note. It went from $84,752,413 to $91,572,126. Went up $7 million. Why? What changed in those 2 weeks? And that money would be spent for the next 6 years to backfill, to hold harmless school districts. That's new money. New money. And why is this not an opportune moment? Well, if you go and look, you will see what the budget estimate is for next year. JBC staff memo dated April 25th, General Fund Overview Update, page 2. It says April 29th, 2024. Table 1, General Fund Overview as of April 29th, 2024. fiscal year 25-26. I've seen that before. That was in the fiscal note for this bill. They match. We are a negative $379 million for our state budget in 25-26. We are a negative, let me say it again, $379 million for our state budget in 25-26, when we are supposed to be backfilling these other school districts. Negative. In the hole, in the red, however you want to say it. I just know it's not good. Yet, we're already saying we're going to spend $94 million in new money on a new school finance formula that we don't know how much it costs to fund each school or each student yet. We're going to do that for 6 years. 6 years, we're going to continue to do that. Oh, by the way, after that, we're still going to increase it by population and inflation, because that's what we do with the Amendment 23. We make sure we increase school funding every year. So that's going to go up too. Where are we going to get this money? How are we going to balance this budget? Probably like we've balanced it in the past when we needed to. By taking or being a bandit from the school education fund. Yes, there's $1 billion in it right now. And yes, we did spend $700 million out of it to buy down the BS factor. And it does get replenished to a point. But I don't know how this is sustainable. We're looking at a tax bill, $400 million, the cost to backfill these schools. And we're going to be using $500 million of it in principal of that school fund, trust fund. That 1.2 is going to keep going down each year. We have to come up with $500 million in new funding each year to do what this bill says. We get about $1 billion from income tax each year, but $500 million new. And we're probably going to be spending estimates $700 million of principal, not interest, principal. So in 3 years, by the estimates I have, and I hopefully will be still here, but I will be yelled at probably by my constituents because we're going to claim a new BS factor because we're going to run out of money. We're going to run out of money because we're picking and choosing. Again, don't know why that the school finance formula went up $7 million. Or the fiscal note. Now, I heard arguments. Why is one school district getting X amount of money and another one getting 3, 4, 5 times as much? And that other school district had a cost of living factor. Because it's really hard to find affordable housing in Aspen. Heck, it's hard to find affordable housing in Centennial. Might be a little better in Yuma. Might be. Or Nucla. It's hard here. But yet, we're going to say that they're getting too much money, even though they're struggling to find a place to live. So, when it says on page 7, opportune moment, like I said, yeah, I agree. Every moment's an opportune moment. when I look at the funding, I look at how much we're spending and how much this is going to cost, and it's going to put us in another hole because it's being rushed through. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Well, you know how it goes. So, we're still in the thesis. The thesis says, after the opportune moment, in the years since this was originally enacted, there have been constitutional provisions, statutory requirements, public expectations. Student demographics have placed greater demands on Colorado public education learning environment. Yes, I agree. Challenges to recruit and retain educators, school leaders, impediments to beneficial innovation. And they threaten Colorado's public education learning environment. So to provide each child in this state with this high-quality public education, the General Assembly, all of you, me too, finds and declares that Colorado's public school finance formula must be redesigned and modernized. With new funding, funding that looks like we don't have. Continues with the thesis of prioritizing equity by focusing on individual student needs, including prioritized funding for students experiencing poverty, students with special needs, students that are English language learners. Hey, we heard that back on page 7. And there it said that their needs have grown exponentially. So here they're saying, we're going to prioritize equity. Equity. Making sure there's enough money for the needs of each student where they're at. Yuma, it's $20,000, $18,000 per student. Littleton, it's $10,000 per student. I'm not sure if that's equitable. How can you have equity when it's not how can you be equitable without equity? So, again, I agree with the premise. I agree with the intent. I agree with the goals. Absolutely. I just don't see how we can afford it based on this formula. It's hodgepodge recommendations. Hodgepodge of money going to a certain district, money going to another district. You know, what reasons? I don't know. I don't know how they determined that. It's difficult. It's difficult to get through this and understand how this is going to be sustainable. It's not. This is not going to be sustainable. We're going to go back in the hole. And we're going to have to do it all over again. Because there is new money being promised in this bill. New money that we don't have. And the way the bill spreads it out, well, seems to be handouts and giveaways. Specific areas, which I don't understand. Because we got a thing from a special interest group, said upgrading Colorado school funding formula, and shows money for every school. The funding increase. They don't tell you is that's only if you have $500 million in new funding. $500 million in new funding to get this increase. I'd love to give it to them. How are we going to find it? How are we going to make it sustainable? Because right now it's based on income. And I really do believe it's cost a lot more to fund our students, to fund their education than what we're currently paying. I want to know exactly what that is. I want to find out. I want to use it, and then design a new formula, and then get the people of the state behind that formula, because it's the people of the state that have to pay for it. Which comes back to property taxes. What do you think is going to happen to our school districts if their property taxes are adjusted and capped? What do you think is going to happen to those school districts and their funding? The biggest part of our budget is funding public schools in the state. Over 30% of our budget goes to funding public schools. The rest of it comes from the locals. And I want you to think about how your school district is going to get funded when the state cuts what they put in, what we put in, through a BS factor or whatever we decide to call it in 3 or 4 years, after we burn through our trust fund. How are they going to fund it? They're going to be calling for us again, help us. They're going to be making cuts. And they're going to be cutting your primary ed teachers and your special ed teachers. Cutting your middle school and your high school teachers. Cutting services in education. We need to do this. We need to. But because we need to doesn't mean we should rush into it and do something that's not sustainable. And we bring everyone back to the table. Bring our CFOs, our superintendents back to the table, because they know what's going on. They know what's happening and where their needs are. They're not getting shut out by an industry group. They're the ones in it every day. We talk about local control. Well, let's let some of our locals have some input. And that's not what I've seen here. It's not what I've experienced in the last 4 weeks. Having money on a sustainable manner, remember, it's supposed to go up every year. Adds to this cost. What are we going to do? This is not it. In the Constitution that this bill references, you can go, members. It says on page 6, under 2254, 102, under section 2 of Article 9 of the state constitution, to provide for a thorough and uniform system of public schools throughout the state. Can we say it again? Line 17, a thorough and uniform system of public education. Well, where does that come from? How is that applied? I just happen to have the Constitution in front of me. You want to take a look follow along at home. Page 611 talks Title IX, starts actually on 610, is the law reviews. And then where do we get this thorough and uniform? You have to do some searching. A lot of annotations here. Section 2, establishment and maintenance of public schools. The General Assembly shall, as soon as practicable, provide for the establishment and maintenance of a thorough and uniform system of free public schools throughout the state. There it is. Wherein all residents of the state between the ages of 6 and 21 years may be educated gratuitously. Gratuitously. A lot of different ways to interpret that. Gratuitously. One or more public schools shall be maintained in each school district within the state at least 3 months in each year. Any school district failing to have such school shall not be entitled to receive any portion of the school fund for that year. Okay? School, you want some money from the school fund, the land trust fund, you want some money from, this is 76? $1876. It's 148 years ago. Founding of our state. They thought so much of public education, free public education. They put it in our Constitution. And this is why, with the senator from Monument, I 100% agree this is an absolute priority in our state. Funding education and making it number one before our long bill. But this bill doesn't say that, I don't think. You have to correct me if it does, because it's 111 pages, so lots of lines crossed through, pages crossed through. But I agree. Put it ahead of everything else, because you know what? Here, page 610, 611, Article 9 of the Constitution, the founders of our great state made it a priority. Made it a priority to say thorough and uniform system of free public schools. How do you get free? How do you get free? You get free from a collaboration. There's that word again. Collaboration, big word. People work together. Collaboration of state and locals. People who are involved every day. Collaboration to determine how much money we need to get to fund schools. For free public schools, so they may be educated gratuitously. It's an issue that we have to determine now. How do we do that? We've been trying for 148 years. 148 opportune years. And we're trying to do it right every time we do it. The bill sponsors of this bill are trying to do it right. Absolutely. I absolutely believe that. But we all make decisions, and we try to figure things out, and that's why we have debate. And that's why we have the times like this where you can take the time to go back and look at the numbers, look at the math, look at the algebra. If you look at it right and you pull all the information out, like we did in the budget, that we're already behind next year, 25, 26, that we're actually adding $90 million a year for the first 6 years. Not just moving money, but adding. That we're taking and spending more than we're bringing in. To get to that thorough and uniform system of free public schools. You know, and the annotations after each section, they have law review, they have court cases that explain it. And the annotation after this, they say education, not a fundamental right. I disagree. I don't know who. That's some court case decided, 1982. It does not require that the General Assembly establish a central public school finance system, restricting each school district to equal expenditures. Well, they're not going to be equal. I can tell you that right now. Aspen and Center are not equal. Centennial, Burlington are not equal expenditures. There's different costs, and we need to know what they are. Education, in my opinion, is a fundamental right. Go through this, and it gives us the first interpretation of thorough and uniform system. It says it should not be interpreted to mean a single uniform system of public schools consisting of school districts governed by locally elected officials. The state is not prohibited from creating a school system with different types of schools, some controlled by school districts while others are not. Public schools, as the term is used in this section, clearly applies to schools that serve only kids between 6 and 21. And a free public school is one to which any resident of the state between the ages of 6 and 21 shall be admitted. And they'll be educated gratuitously. That is to say, here we get the definition of gratuitously, folks. At public expense. Shall be admitted, and they'll be educated gratuitously. That is to say, verbatim, at public expense or from the public funds provided for that purpose. That's what we're trying to do. Can we do it right? Thorough and uniform goes into another section, page 613. Under equal educational opportunities not required. The thorough and uniform clause does not require the state to provide equal educational opportunity to its school children. Oh. Boy, we're really going to be, I guess that's why we have different amounts of funding for each. But yet this bill says that we're trying to be equitable, or I guess equitable and equal aren't the same. And it's like we're fighting our own worst enemy when we look at the Constitution sometimes. Because we, all of us, believe they provide equal educational opportunity. And how do we fund that? Again, going back to, it says, does not require that educational expenditures per pupil in every school district be identical. We're definitely following that right now. We've got to figure out how to do it equitable in perpetuity, not for 6 years, not from spending more than we have. And it comes down to getting the people of this state to understand how we fund schools with their property taxes, which we're going to be cutting soon, which cuts the direct funding of our schools. That's part of a bigger campaign to teach people what they're getting. You know, I spoke to my county sheriff about this, and he said, why do we spend $29,000 a year locking people up? And on average, $10,000, $8,000 a year to teach a student. He said, spend more money on them. Makes my job easier. Makes my job easier because we're going to have less people in jail. Make sure kids get that educational opportunity to succeed. And again, going back to how we do that with losing property taxes. You know, we say in this bill that we're going to give money based on at-risk and ELL, but there's still a portion in this bill that doesn't do that. And you want to hear more about that, we'll get back to that later.
Sir Martrin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm going to be really honest. I had an eye injury yesterday that kept me from being able to be in committee. And I had heard about this bill, much like my colleague had, from all of my districts, so worried there's this poison bill that's coming from, it's at the end of the session and it's going to come after school finance. And I was like, no, I don't think it is. And then about 3 weeks ago, a 110-page bill dropped. And it had been stake held, but not with my districts. And so I really was not planning on having to talk about this tonight because I thought we were going to have a day to talk about this. So please excuse my eyes. Please excuse the way I look. Because I really was eager to talk about this, but I wasn't hoping we'd talk about it tonight. But since we have the opportunity to do so, I just want to take a few moments to discuss this bill. So what we have heard is that this bill is great for equity. In fact, we have a moral imperative to pass this bill. Well, guess what? I actually agree with a lot of it. I agree with the at-risk funding. I agree with the special ed funding. I agree with the English language learning funding. What I don't buy, that people keep trying to sell us all, is that we shouldn't give money based on zip code. Based on the zip code. That seems reasonable, right? Except this bill does exactly that. There has been a new standard added called it varies. It's either local or locale. There have been 25 amendments on this. 25 amendments on this bill. And so it's honestly quite hard to follow, but y'all, it's not rocket science. And I would just encourage all of us to say, school finance is not above my head. Because if you were elected to be in this body, it is your job to understand school finance. We have professionals who can help you. You have colleagues who can help you. I do not buy the line that this is so complicated and we have to leave it to a couple of people who are going to answer this. So let's get into these 12 new locale factors. So we heard in committee that the districts who are the city districts and the suburban districts are in fact bandits. We heard that these districts are stealing money from other districts. So let me run through each of the 12 new categories. There's city large, city mid-size, city small, okay? This is all new. This didn't exist, but we're going to add it because it's our moral imperative to add this piece. Suburban large, suburban mid-size, and suburban small. And this is where it gets fun, you guys. All of those 6 categories, they don't get anything extra because of their zip code, but instead we have additional categories, and they all get extra money. And those are all our rural districts. And you know I'm a fighter for all rural districts. So we have the town fringe, town distant, and town remote. And based on their zip code, every kiddo in one of those districts is going to get an additional amount of money. Again, it's based on their zip code. And so the argument doesn't really hold that we don't want to do this based on zip code, and why are we giving all this money for the districts that have a high cost of living to keep our teachers paid? No, let's not do that. We're going to instead incentivize the students who live in rural districts. There are 12 categories. They usually get $30 million a year. They are going to get $250 million. So cha-ching. That's awesome. Now, not everybody is that lucky, because depending on if you have someone in the education committee who was here in the bill, you may not have gotten any love. We heard at the beginning when this bill was introduced before its 25 amendments, we heard that there were 6 hold harmless districts. They say hold harmless, that means they will lose money. They will lose money. But guess what? Now we only have 5. Go figure. You know why? One of our fantastic Senate education members, who shares a name with me, adore her, actually had one of those hold harm districts. And so they were able to work on an amendment to be able to prioritize her district. And I'm excited for that. I love that area. It's beautiful. But I want to tell you that she lives in Mesa County. And in Mesa, there are 3 districts. One is called Dubuque, one is called Plateau Valley, and one is called Mesa Valley. Now, I didn't check to find out, but I'm going to tell you how much each of these districts get. Why don't you make a guess of which one is our colleagues? Dubuque gets $38,000. Plateau Valley gets $66,000. Oh my gosh, Mesa Valley gets $1.1 million. Holy Moses. Can I get in on the hold harmless love? My districts need a little love too. They do. And so I also want to address the fact that we have now made these promises to rural districts that, my friends, we are not going to be able to sustain. I don't like lying to people. I certainly don't like lying to people who live in the rural area of Colorado. Why are we doing this? So I'm going to share a little more. So we've got some pretty low numbers. I don't know where, so Kit Carson, man, I feel for those folks. Apparently they don't have a senator on the education committee. Kit Carson.
Senator Marchman,
Yes?
we can speak to the policy and the funding by district, absolutely, but we're not going to impugn favoritism or.
I'm not, Mr. Chair, I appreciate that, but the fact of the matter is, we're told by special interests behind the glass, everyone's good with this bill. Y'all call a single person who is out there, and you will see that they're not. So let me get back to that. And yes, I will get back to that. So Kit Carson, if you're in Kit Carson, Ariba, Flagler, you're only going to get $65,000. If you're in High Plains, only $46,000. If you're in Stratton, $83,000. And in Bethune, only $13,000. That doesn't sound good. So then I kind of look around and look at a few of these other places. Alamosa, the Sangre de Cristo is only going to get $86,512. Baca County, Walsh only gets $60,000. So, my friends, I would encourage you to look at this list and see if your district is really getting anything from it. Because I know that my districts are concerned. And so now we're making a promise to rural districts. We're going to give you $250 million. I mean, that's awesome. I love that. I think rural schools should be. No? Okay. Now? We got to reset. I'll be back.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the special orders calendar until 5/5. Cinco de Mayo.
The motion is to lay over the
Cinco de
balance
Mayo.
of the special orders calendar, second reading, until tomorrow, May 5th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the balance of the calendar will be laid over. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
Lay over the calendar.
The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
It'll take like 15, 20 minutes, and then you come back and you can.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a bill under consideration. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the report?
May 4th, 2024, Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1448 is amended, House Bill 1454, House Bill 1467, laid over until May 5th, 2024, and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
Motion is the adoption.
Really, you're going to do that?
that says the bill passed.
That's the game you're gonna play?
All right, my co-sponsor says no. No, I'm just saying, what's the, I mean, if we're brinksmanship.
Because the bill could die.
No.
All right. Let it go. It's gone. Hold it.
The motion before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bill 1448 is amended. House Bill 1454, House Bill 1467, laid over until May 5th, retaining their place on the calendar. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until May the 5th, Sunday.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the balance of the calendar will lay over until tomorrow. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn until Sunday, May the 5th at 12:01 a.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will adjourn until 12:01 a.m. tomorrow.